Doom. Tradoon. 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 Tradoon.
We now recognize that birds are dinosaurs. What I study is the long, deep evolution of birds from Mesozoic dinosaurs.
The very concept is unimaginable. Why, if that happened, we wouldn't have a chance. How could we possibly hope to fight them?
We couldn't, you're right. You're right, Mrs. Bundy.
Hurry up, children. Finish your lunch.
Are the birds gonna eat us, Mommy?
Birds have been on this planet since Archaeopteryx, 140 million years ago. Doesn't it seem odd that they'd wait all that time to start a war?
Who said anything about a war? All I said's...
Troodon probably fed on our ancestors, the early mammals.
It is the most intelligent, adaptable, and successful hunter on the planet.
Look at the gap.
That's not bad for a quadruped. You gotta check your mirrors, just side of your eye. Side of your eye.
Success.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. So good to have you here today. Welcome to the broadcast. It's going to be a fun, chill stream. Today is Thursday Birdsday. I hope you're ready for that, chat. Who doesn't love Thursday Birdsday? We'll be going over some viewer-submitted pictures of different birds, and I've got a real doozy for you today. Oh boy. Excited to share with you. Yeah, we'll be talking about the link between dinosaurs and birds as we do every Thursday. And, yeah, we'll also be going over some fossil news. I hear there's a new giant penguin from New Zealand. Fossil critter. It is, like, maybe 50% larger than the largest penguin of today, the emperor penguin. I'm sure we'll talk about that. And, got some other bits of fossil news to discuss, too.
But it may not seem like much. 500 bits goes a long way towards supporting science outreach here on Twitch.
It does go a long way, and thank you, Mudman, for those 500 bits. That is extraordinary. Thank you very much for that. Holy cow. Really appreciate it, Mudman. Thank you. And doozy. There you go, Arle. How are you doing, Arle? Welcome back, by the way. It's good to see you. Hope your week has been going well. And we're going to be talking about... there is a article from IFL Science. I think that stands for I Frequently Like Science. We'll be reading that about why birds survived, or why some birds at least survived the KPG extinction, the asteroid impact at the end of the Cretaceous period, whereas all the rest of their dinosaur cousins did not. Birds are the only group of dinosaurs that survived. We'll be reading that, and we'll see if that actually lines up with the newest science on it. Should be fun. Anyway, before we get to any of that stuff, though, let me scroll up to the top of chat. We'll do some greetings. We'll say hello to everybody, and we'll get started with our science for the day. Chris T.S. may or may not have been first today, but they're first on my list of chatters here. Chris T.S., how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Layer T. Thursday Birdsday. Yes, indeed, Layer T. So good to have you here. Jody Fish says good afternoon, and a good afternoon to you and yours, Jody Fish. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. Yeah. And Claire Burr is in the midst of a 47-hour stream right now? She is currently in hour 14? Holy cow, Claire. Everybody go say hi to Claire on her stream if you can open up another tab, and go follow her too. Claire Burr is one of our longest-running moderators here on this channel. She's a stalwart supporter of paleontologizing and all kinds of science content on Twitch. You should totally support her. Go say hello to Claire Burr over on her channel right now. I think she's live currently. In fact, let me scroll down. There. Claire Burr is live. In fact, let's say hello real quick. And it's my 5-month sub anniversary. Well, hello, hello. Can I put some sauropods into there? Let's try and do that. There we go. Claire says, oh gosh. Sorry, I don't mean to be blowing up your spot, Claire. But, there we go. Yeah. I appreciate you, Claire. Holy cow. Yeah. And look at that. Look at that brown bear. I saw some brown bears just the other day at the zoo, which was a ton of fun. Man, there's a lot of stuff going on your channel right now, Claire. I appreciate you, Claire. Oh, and I almost forgot. Shoot. How careless of me. Allow me to introduce myself to anybody who might be new here. If this is your first time here on Paleontologizing, or if, I don't know, you're wondering what is going on here, you should, well, let me introduce myself. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. You know, in our modern 21st century, this is the best means that I know of reaching a large audience, being able to answer their questions in real time, try and show them what paleontology is actually like, you know? As a dinosaur paleontologist, I dig up dinosaurs across the American West with various museums and geological surveys. I study dinosaurs, I publish on them in the scientific literature, and now I talk about them, 5 days a week here on Twitch. So yeah, if that sort of thing sounds interesting to you, and if you're the sort of person who has questions about dinosaurs, which, if you're that sort of person, who isn't? Holy cow. We've all got questions about dinosaurs. Especially me. Don't be shy with those questions. Feel free to ask them. That is the bread and butter of these streams, and this is going to be, I think, a very Q&A heavy episode of Paleontologizing. So, yeah, don't hesitate with those questions. That's what we're all about here. Do my very best to answer them for you, and, yeah. Anyway, give me just a second here. Let me check on something. We also got some new lights here in the office today. Is this looking okay? Does it look weird? Let me know. I'll be right back. Ah, there we go. Yeah. And Claire Burr, I saw that. Yeah, your OBS just crashed. Shoot. I'm sorry to hear that, Claire. It happens. It happens. Well, we'll go take a look when you got things back up and running, Claire. But, anyway, who else have we got? Science Streams is here. Balint and Lita run the Science Streams channel. They are systems and molecular biologists. They are fellow scientists here on Twitch. Go follow them if you're not yet doing so. How you doing, Science Streams? I hope you've finally gotten some sleep. I know having a new baby sometimes precludes sleeping. You know? It's like a Russian sleep experiment. Oy. Yeah, anyway, Belen, I hope you've been getting enough rest. Holy moly. Nafron, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Lenina, good afternoon to you. Travel the world. What's shaking with you? It's good to see you. Steve is here too. Welcome, welcome, Steve. Welcome, Dr. Chronic. Welcome, welcome, Cephalon Wolf and Gargoware. Dr. Diplodocus. And Cephalon Wolf.
I invented a new word today.
Oh, really? Plagiar... Cephalon Wolf. I appreciate you. You're full of jokes today, aren't you, Cephalon Wolf? I appreciate you. The Cephalon, by the way, for those of you who are not aware of this, Cephalon Wolf, their name references some invertebrate, well, an invertebrate part. The cephalon is the head portion of a trilobite. I'm not an invertebrate guy, but there very well might be other... yeah, there might be other invertebrates that have that that part too, but I know it from trilobites. Trilobite parts labeled. There you go. The cephalon, the thorax, in the pygidium. The head, the midsection, and the technical term for this is the butt. The pygidium. So yeah, Cephalon Wolf. It's great to have you here, and thank you for the 4 months of support. Keeping me here on the air for the past 4 months. It's a big deal. I appreciate you, Cephalon Wolf. I really do. Thank you, thank you. Who else have we got? The Acrocanthosaurus has returned to us. Acrocanthosaurus, welcome back. Great to see you. Are you going to become a regular here? I certainly hope so. You got a great name. And you've picked one of, I think, the most severely underrated dinosaurs in terms of popular culture. Holy cow, if more people knew about Acrocanthosaurus, the world would be a better place. Welcome, Acrocanthosaurus. It's good to have you here. And Hogan is back too. How are you doing, Hogan? Welcome, welcome. Hogan, remind me, because I had a little spiel about welding. You said yesterday you were trained as a welder. If you're still here, Hogan, remind me. When I get to the bottom of chat, we'll talk about this. Because I had, when we were doing a tour of the North American Museum of Ancient Life in Lehi, Utah, I had a spiel about how we need more welders in the field of paleontology. So don't let me forget about that. Who else we got? A Truckhorn. Howdy, howdy. Good to see you. Patrick Pirate is here. Living the dream and glad it's Thursday. Thank goodness it's Thursday. TGIT. Patrick Pirate. It's good to see you. I hope all is well. I hope the lab's been treating you well. Hope things are good for you, Patrick Pirate. Yeah. Cephalon Wolf had a joke. What do you call a security guard at a Samsung store? A guardian of the galaxy. There you go, Cephalon Wolf. And Dr. Diplodocus, that was Dinochirus, as we talked about. From the... I'm glad you saw the Prehistoric Kingdom review there. That brought a lot of people to the community. I need to start making some more long-form YouTube videos, you know? Yeah. Or short-form YouTube videos, either way. And Steve, we will try and talk about that new giant penguin from New Zealand. It's exciting stuff. Thank you for the heads up on it. It's perfect timing on Thursday Birdsday today to talk about a new giant penguin. Good stuff. And who else do we have got? Neilf What's shaking with you, Neil? Good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Blinkster2. What's shaking? Mudman1965. How are you doing, Mudman? Zalok says hello to one and all. How are you doing, Zalok? Hello to you, too. Welcome back. Metal Meow says hello. Hello right back at you, Metal Meows. Yeah.
One vast supercontinent.
One vast supercontinent.
Dinosaurs soon occupied every corner of that world.
That's true. D. Maxwell has also occupied every corner of support for this channel. That doesn't make sense, but whatever. I appreciate you, D. Maxwell, for the 4 months. The 4 months of financial support for Paleontologizing. That means a lot to me, D. Maxwell. It really does. Thank you, thank you. And welcome back. Yeah. Good stuff indeed. Origin TT, how are you doing? Awkward Cyborg. Hello, fellow humans. How you doing, Awkward Cyborg? And, yeah. Hogan says, I read Thursday Birdsday out loud and now my cats are gathered around. Thank you, D. Maxwell, for that gift sub. Look, we're now 1/20th of the way, 5% to our sub goal for the day. Thanks to you, D. Maxwell. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Dr. Diplodocus says, thank you for being so kind and thank you so much for your time. You bet, Dr. Diplodocus. That's what this is all about. I'm glad you're here. Yeah. Raleigh said Bodega Bay Boyds. Yeah, I hope everybody enjoyed the cold open video there. Helix Fossil. But you have Prime? Excellent, Helix Fossil. Well, sounds like you're set then. Welcome back, Helix Fossil. And Rex says, can we watch the trailer for the Talon series? We didn't get to watch the last stream. Remind me in a bit, Rex, and we'll see about that. Yeah, I've not heard anything about that. But, yeah. We got 2 new pterosaurs, Dr. Terra? Do we? I'm not aware of these. You fully enjoy science. There you go, Acrocanthosaurus. Me too, yes. IFL science. I fully enjoy science. Wait, That would be IFE. I frequently like science. Yeah. And, let's see. Scrolling down. Captain Lamy, what's shaking? Good to see you. That text is cryptid. Howdy, howdy. Undisclosed Space Frog, how are you doing? Welcome. Yeah. And Hogan says, prior to yesterday, I would have thought dinosaur paleontologist was redundant. I had no idea there were other kinds of paleontologists prior to Check's Notes yesterday when I tuned in for the first time. Hogan, that actually makes me really happy to hear, because I know that is a wide misperception in the general public. Even if people have heard of the term paleontologist, they think that it is synonymous with dinosaur science. But only a small fraction of the total number of paleontologists actually study dinosaurs. I happen to be one of those. But most paleontologists do not study dinosaurs. They study trilobites, other invertebrates, they study fossil mammals, they study fossil plants, fossil fungi, fossil footprints, fossil insects, you know, fossil amphibians and reptiles and all kinds of other critters. A paleontologist studies, and I want to make this very clear, a paleontologist studies fossils. And fossils can be the preserved remains of any once living thing, not just dinosaurs. So yeah, I know we talk mostly about dinosaurs here on Paleontologizing, because that's my area of study. That's what I work on. But yeah, most paleontologists do not work on dinosaurs, and I want to make that very clear, you know? I don't want to be too chauvinistic about the whole dinosaur thing. I don't want to be too much of a dinosaur chauvinist, you know? Anyway, Captain Lamy, how are you doing? Welcome. Good to see you. And let's see. You will always return, Acrocanthosaurus? I'm glad. It's great to have you here. Genuinely, it is. Thank you. Yeah. And are the words cephalon and cephalopod related? As far as I know, cephalopods are like squids. They are, Hogan, yeah. Cephalon means head something. Cephalopod means head foot. Because with cephalopods, here. Let's try squid parts labeled. Cephalopods have got their head, and then they have the tentacles coming off of that. So head and arms, or I guess foots, whatever. Cephalopod means head foot, because they look like that. Anyway. So yeah. And I do Petrodactylus. Yeah, check out the YouTube page. Somebody type an exclamation mark YT. And do paleontologists study amber? Absolutely, Neil. Although the way that you've capitalized Amber makes it seem like you're talking about a person named Amber. But yeah, Neil, yeah. Amber is preserved tree resin. And there are a lot of paleontologists who work, like, almost entirely on amber and the critters that are preserved within amber. You know. You've all seen, in the film Jurassic Park, you know, you've seen this. You all know what this is about. Amber is remarkable for preserving ancient living critters like that, you know? But they're usually not actually this pretty. That's like a crane fly, too. I don't even think that's a mosquito. But yeah... There are many, many fossil critters that have been preserved in amber, including even some dinosaur parts. I mean, holy cow. Yeah. Fossils in Burmese amber offer exquisite view of dinosaur times and an ethical minefield. Yeah. But there's a bit of dinosaur or potentially bird tail. I forget what it turned out to be. But yeah. Paleontologists 100% study amber. I know my friend and colleague Nate Carroll worked on Hell Creek amber for his doctoral thesis, I think. So yeah. So yeah, there you go, Neil. Paleontologists definitely study amber. Oh, yes, indeed. Yeah. And Hogan says it makes perfect sense that paleontologists study more than just dinosaurs. In fact, I'm friends on the internet with at least 2 paleontologists who study trace fossils. Very cool, Hogan. Is one of them maybe Tony Martin from Emory College in Georgia? Because, yeah, I might consider him a friend, too. Tony's a great guy. So, yeah. And, oh, no, 2 other people. Okay, sorry, Hogan, I didn't see your other message there. Dr. Buckley and her husband live in British Columbia, and she talks about the British Shale a lot. She's always talking about footprints. Very cool. And my friend Dr. Strang is in Scotland, and she has an extensive collection of coprolites. Very nice. Fossil jobbies. Coprolites are fossil dung. Fossil poo. Fossil excrement. Coprolites. And fossil coprolites can actually tell us a tremendous amount about what whatever produced them was eating, which is really important. You know, what you eat is kind of vitally important to understand how you work in an ecosystem, you know? What kind of ecological job you have as an organism. Oh, yeah. And Rex, yeah, go ahead. Post that link, and we'll see if we can take a look at that. Yeah. And it is Bird Day indeed. Birds are dead on. Oop. Spilling things here. Give me a second. Yeah. Let's have ourselves a look at this. What is this gonna be? Give me a second here. New animated dinosaur cartoon? Well, let's take a look at this.
Life on Laurasia is hard. It's even worse for a terrible claw like me. Razor hated my...
Whoa. Was that... Hang on, what just happened? I'm sorry. Was there like an electrical shock there?
Like me. Razor hated my magic from the beginning.
Huh.
I couldn't understand this magic, but Mother always said I was special.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Dinosaurs are cool enough as they are. Why do we have to introduce, like, magic, you know? I don't get it. I like that they have feathers, though, you know? A big old Tyrannosaur also with some feathers on it. Huh. I don't know. I'm just going to say this sort of thing, this is cool. I'm really glad people enjoy this. It's maybe not, you know, sometimes you have to say, hey, this is not produced for me, you know? I'm not the target audience here. I'm really glad that people enjoy this, and I'm sure it's going to be great, you know? Yeah.
In the blink of an eye, the vile apex took away the only one who loved me.
Better than 65, though? Oh, yeah. A million times better than Jurassic World, too, Dr. Terra. Holy cow.
I've been waiting for you, Talon.
Okay. Interesting.
You know my name?
You are one of the 8 divine champions, I see.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. He's gonna say, only you can defeat Ganon. Squadala, we are off.
I would help Alistar find the other champions.
Interesting. Okay, cool. You know, neat. This is neat. Here's the link again if you'd like to watch this. Not for me, but that's okay, you know? Yeah. But yeah. Did nobody else get the... Oh, man. I go out on a limb and I make a video game reference for once. And nobody knows what I'm talking about. Zelda says birds are dead on. There you go. That's Zelda's. Yeah, it was, yeah.
Squadala, we are off.
Anyway, yeah. So yeah. You don't do video games? Honestly, I don't really either, Miss Yvette, but yeah. And hang on, I think I missed that from, and you appreciate the... Yeah. That was from a game called... Yeah. Zelda CDI.
Sure is boring around here. My boy. I just wonder what Ganon's up to. Only Link can defeat Ganon. Great, I'll grab my stuff. How about a kiss for luck?
You've got to be kidding.
Lampard,
Anyway.
rope, bombs, you want it? It's yours, my friend, as long as you have enough rubies.
Anyway, this is basically all that I know about Zelda. Yeah, you know, cool stuff. But anyway, yeah. Let's go ahead and... Oh yeah, we were gonna check on that 3D print that, let's see if we can find this in the Discord. Where did you post this tactile 3D picture? so I can take a look at it. Where was that? And... oh, goodness. It's been ages since I've been on here. I usually check Discord about once a week, and it's for Thursday Birdsday. But, it might be an art? Let's see... that's amusing. Good stuff. Yeah. But not what I'm looking for here. Let's see. Trying to go through here. I have so many messages, holy cow. Too many. I never check Discord. Oh boy. How does this even work? Scrolling down, scrolling down, scrolling down. It's gotta be in here somewhere. General, perhaps? No. 3D printing crafting, that's gotta be it. Yeah. Thank you, Tactile 3D Picture. I just caught this at the same time. Oh, very cool, Dr. Javasaurus. That's really neat. Attempted a Velociraptor? That's cool. I like that. Ooh, a Euplacephalus looks like here. Dr. Javasaurus, very nice. Pachycephalosaurus. Let's see. Man, I don't know if I've ever looked at this section before on the Discord. Everything's new. This must be you, right? Beautiful! Pterodactylus there. Very, very nice, Tactile. Very nice indeed. Take a look at that. Really, really nice. I'd love to have a copy of this file if you wouldn't mind sharing it. Holy cow. Is this the original that you did, that you photogrammetrized or something? Where is it? Yeah, that's really nice. I like that a lot. Beautiful. Very, very cool. It's on top. STL file. Ooh, very nice. Well. On printables. Very nice. Pterodactylus there. Pretty nice. Loading model. Wait, what did I do wrong? I think it's loading. Yeah. Oh, not loading. Something happened. Open 3D viewer, that's what I want. 39 megs. Holy mo- oh, it is gonna take a while. 39 megs. Look at that. And is it... interesting, it's like reverse relief. But that's very cool. That's very cool. I wonder if there's a way to reverse it so that it's in... rather than being embossed, it's... or rather than being engraved, it's embossed instead. That would be cool. But yeah, very nice. Reminds me of my Archaeopteryx, also from Solnhofen in Germany. Very cool, Tactile. Very cool. Thanks for sharing. Yeah. And Hogan, you are absolutely correct. Yes, pterosaurs are not dinosaurs. They belong to the same kind of general group of reptiles, what we call archosaurs. Yeah. And here is a phylogeny of the archosaurs right there. Let's go ahead and annotate this. Yeah. What we have here is called a a phylogeny, which is an evolutionary family tree. Very exciting stuff. And this is a phylogeny of Archosauria right here. So everything that evolves from this ancestor is an Archosaur. Yeah, and this includes dinosaurs. Dinosaurs start off right here. So everything that evolved from this ancestor is considered a dinosaur. Yeah. So dinosaurs are from here on. You'll notice that... Whoop. Hang on. Draw that more carefully because birds... See birds right there are dinosaurs. Birds evolved from this ancestor. You can kind of trace the line down here, and then you get to birds. Yeah. So birds are dinosaurs. Pterosaurs over here, though, they're very close to dinosaurs. They're also ornithodyrans, and they're archosaurs, but they are not dinosaurs. So pterosaurs, the flying reptiles, many people in the public call pterodactyls, they are not dinosaurs, but they're close to dinosaurs. They're very close. In the grand scheme of things, pterosaurs are very close to dinosaurs, but they're not quite dinosaurs themselves. They split off and evolved from... They evolved from the same ancestor that dinosaurs evolved from, but they're not part of the dinosaur group. They didn't evolve from the immediate dinosaur ancestor, if that makes sense.
And gratitude. Thank you very much for the 100 bits.
And thank you for those bits, Miss Yvette. I appreciate that very much. Thank you, thank you. Excellent stuff. So yeah, yeah. And that's cool and informative. Thank you, Hogan. Yeah, yeah. As scientists, this is how we actually classify living things. You know, it's not based on... You probably learned a really rudimentary system in school, like we all did. That like, oh, you know, reptiles have scaly skin and they lay eggs, and fish live in the water, and birds have feathers. It's like, well, that's woefully incomplete. Birds are actually a kind of reptile, because birds evolved from dinosaurs, and dinosaurs are a kind of reptile. And strictly speaking, reptiles and amphibians and mammals are all a kind of fish, because we evolved from a fishy ancestor. Think of it kind of like a Russian nesting doll or something like that, you know? Anyway, here's another one right here, another phylogeny. So you see pterosaurs right there. Pterosaurs are outside of Dinosauria. Dinosauria starts right here. So all of these critters are dinosaurs, including birds right there. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Does that make sense? Yeah, I hope so. Here. Back to that. I gotta check on something real quick. Hang on a second. Be right back. Alright, we're all good. But yeah. Yeah. So anyway, and Steve says, cool info. Can't wait to tell my nephew about pterodactyls. Never knew that. Yeah. Pterosaurs is the group of critters. Here's archosaurs again. Crocodiles are over here. People say that crocodiles are closely related to dinosaurs, and they're pretty close, you know? But here's the thing. When we're looking at archosaurs today, archosaurs, that's everything that evolved from this ancestor, is an archosaur. The term means ruling reptile. Archosaur. Out of all these critters, we've got crocodiles, and we've got birds today. All the rest of these guys are extinct. And so today, crocodiles over here, and birds over here, are actually each other's closest cousins. Crocodiles are far more closely related to chickens than they are to, say, lizards. And it's because they're both archosaurs and they're the only two groups of archosaurs left, birds and crocodiles. So yeah, isn't that cool, Treble? Yeah. And here, let me show you. if we look at our tree of life, as we often do right here, I'll show you that group here. So this only shows living, like, critters that are still around today. It doesn't show extinct animals or plants or other organisms. It only shows critters that are still around today. But let's try Archosauria right here. Yep, there we go. Let's zoom into that. Yeah. There we go. This is that node that we're looking for here. Birds and crocodilians. Birds and crocodilians form what we call a clade. That's a group of the ancestor and all of its descendants. A clade. That's like a natural group. So all these critters are more closely related to each other than they are to anybody else. It's the ancestor of all of them, plus everything that evolved from that ancestor. That's a clade. So we saw here, it was kind of like a... They can be V-shaped sometimes. You can draw them in different ways. Or kind of like 90-degree angles like this. But anyway, Dinosauria here is a clade. Ornithodira is a clade. Archosauria is a clade. It's the ancestor and everything that evolved from it. That's a clade. Archosauria is a clade. Birds and crocodiles. So a black-headed bunting right here is much more closely related to a Nile crocodile than, say, a Nile crocodile is to, like, a lizard or a snake or something like that, or a tuatara, you know? Yeah. So, yeah. Birds and crocs are each other's closest living relatives, and that's because everybody over here, in between them, and between our crocs and our birds, all of these guys bought the farm. These are all extinct now. They used to be really common during the age of dinosaurs. Lots of critters in between. Nowadays, all we've got left are crocodiles and birds. And I say all we've got. There's seriously 10,000 species of living bird. And there's, I don't know how many living species of crocodilian. We'll actually take a look at that right here. How many species of crocodilians do we have? We've got 23 living species of crocodilians. But if we go up to our feathered friends, the birds, we've got over 10,000 species. Yeah. They outnumber mammals like 2 to 1, you know? So strictly speaking, it is still the age of dinosaurs, you could say. Birds are still more diverse than mammals are, so theropod dinosaurs. More speciose than mammals. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. So yeah, Hogan says, great explanation, thank you. Yeah. Very nice. Very nice. An orchestran. Oh, alligators are a kind of crocodilian. So if we go back down here to crocodilians, you'll probably see American alligator is part of this group. So I guess sometimes when I say crocodiles, what I really mean is crocodilians. This whole group, crocodilia. 23 living species. Alligators fall under that umbrella. They're part of that group. So, yeah, here's alligatorids right here. Yeah, caimans, alligators. Yeah. And there's our American alligator, Alligator mississippiensis. Very nice. Yeah. So, yeah. So, I don't know. Usually on this broadcast, when I use the term crocodile, I'm not just talking about genus Crocodilus. I'm talking about crocodilians in general. I'm talking about this whole group right here. Crocodilians. Does that make sense? I hope so. Yeah. And Hogan says, insects have exponentially more species. They really rule the earth. Yeah, but then they pale in comparison to, say, bacteria. Which, like... Oh boy, how do you even identify different bacterial species? How do you draw lines between them? Goodness. Yeah. Microbes rule the world, says Patrick Pirate. There you go. Patrick Pirate works in a laboratory, she can tell you firsthand the microbes are the ones who are truly in charge. Just like in, spoiler alert, for a book that is 125 years old at this point. Yeah. Completed in 1897. War of the Worlds. Anybody read that book? Don't want to spoil it, because I know it's... It only came out 26 years ago. But yeah, the microbes really do rule the world at the end of the day. So yeah. And there you go, Patrick Pirate. Yeah, yeah. Dr. Javasaurus. Oh goodness, there's always a smaller fish. Psh, bacteria, transposons, and retroviruses is where it's at, says Dr. Javasaurus. I mean, yeah. Yeah. Anyway. And you read War of the Worlds in 4th grade? Shoot, Pfizer. Yeah. It's a really grisly book in a lot of ways. I don't know. I read it in 6th grade, I think. And it was definitely a lot. Yeah. I heard the Jeff Wayne album. I don't know what that is, Pfizer. Yeah. But Dr. Javasaurus says, the absolute beauty. In the end, every single atom of every single life form was formed in the heart of a dying star. It's true, Dr. Javasaurus, yeah. Yeah. It's like Carl Sagan would say, we are star stuff. You know? Yeah. There you go, Patrick Pirate, yep. Yeah. And you read it when you were 8. Did it scar you for life, Orchestran? Holy cow. War of the Worlds. I feel like it kind of scarred me a little bit. And I was, what, 11 when I read it? Yeah. Anyway. And Pfizer, was this the, like, musical opera War of the Worlds? Because if it was, I have heard it. I did not like it. Oh, boy. I won't go into too much detail, but it caught me at a very bad time in my life. I was actually out in the field and was going through a bad breakup. And, yeah, I don't know. I could not listen to it today. It forever ruined it for me. So anyway. The radio shows something different, though, Green Herring. Yeah. Orson Welles. Anyway. Yeah. With all of that being said, we've got some fossil news to discuss. And, yeah, why don't we go ahead and get into that? Let me find this. Nope. There we go. Let's do some fossil news. All right, time for some fossil news here. Oh, and remind me in a little bit, again, Hogan. Shoot! Oh, I just missed it. Remind me in a little bit, and we'll talk about welding, too. But, yeah. I noticed this popped up the other day, and I was unaware of this from the dailymail.com website. Oh, boy. Earth's biggest ever dinosaur... We don't know that for sure. Oh, goodness. Touches down in Britain. What? Enormous 115-foot-long titanosaur that was 3 times the size of Oh, goodness. T-Rex. It's supposed to be... I like that they have the dot instead of the dash. But T. space lowercase r e x. You know, they get a C for effort here, but yeah. Anyways, 3 times the size of T-Rex arrives at the UK ahead of its Natural History Museum unveiling. Is this another cast of the Patagotitan material? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, the biggest dinosaur ever to stomp the Earth. We don't know that for sure. We just watched a whole video yesterday about how we don't know what the largest ever dinosaur was. It's really difficult to tell because all of the very largest dinosaurs we don't have complete remains of. And also, what do we mean by largest? Do we mean longest? Do we mean heaviest? Do we mean tallest? Do we mean some kind of amalgam of all three? Yeah. Anyway, it's not a newspaper as much as a comic. There you go, Orchestra. It just arrived in the UK after being transported not 1 but 2 British Airways planes. A replica of Patagotitan majorum, there you go, a titanosaur, has been relocated from Argentina to London to be showcased at the Natural History Museum. And, you know, props to the Brits there. They just call it the NHM, the Natural History Museum, and that's because this was the very first natural history museum ever. You know, the Brits, it was actually Sir Richard Owen. Oh, Ricky Owen, who coined the word dinosaur in the first place back in 1842. He kind of came up with the idea for a natural history museum. And, yeah. The thing is, I wonder if anybody here in chat knows this. And I'll see if I can find the clip. But stand by for a quiz question. I don't know if this is gonna... Oh, shoot. I'm not gonna be able to find it. Shoot. Oh, well. We don't need a video. Here's a quiz question. You ready? The only country that I know of in the entire world that issues postage stamps that doesn't have the name of the country listed on the stamps. The thing is, if you are kind of coming up with something new and groundbreaking, yeah, what is it? What is it? Japan or China, I think. It's not Ice Allen. No? What was the first country that came up with the idea of postage stamps? And I think it's the only country in the world that doesn't list the name of the country on the stamps. What is it? There we go. What do you think it is? And, yep, we've got some correct answers here. And here is proof. Here's some person wearing a crown. Fancy crown. First class stamp. No country, no nothing. You know? It is the UK, the United Kingdom. First came up with the idea of postage stamps. I think they were the first to actually have like an official postal service like this that issued stamps. And so as a result, they don't really feel obligated to put the name of the country on the stamps. They're like, you know what? Stamps are our thing. We made that. We don't have to identify ourselves on the stamp. Stamps originated here. They're a UK original, you know? So yeah. Yeah. Just like in the US, when you're, you know, dialing a telephone number. I don't know why I'm doing this motion. I've only ever used a rotary phone a few times in my life. People probably think I'm 50 years older than I am, going like this to dial a phone. But when you're, when you're dialing a phone number, which country is it that has 1 for their country code? It's the United States. There you go, Cyborg. Yeah, and Pfizer says the country code for USA is 1 because we invented the phone. So there you go. Yeah. And Mitch Biocannon says, you look good for 80 years old. Thank you, Mitch. I appreciate that. Seriously. Thank you, thank you. Although, of course, like everyone, like every streamer on Twitch, I am contractually obligated to forever be 21 years old and single. So yeah, 21 and single, It's good being a Twitch streamer. So yeah, you don't look a day over 79. Thank you, Hogan. And there you go, Astronomy Show. Yeah, yeah. And there you go, Zalak. Yes, indeed. Yeah. The whole 21 and single joke, I didn't make that up myself. I got that from Freckled Science, from Amanda at Freckled Science. You should totally follow her, too. She's a fellow scientist here on Twitch. I haven't seen her in a while, but I hope she's doing well. Yeah. Mononicus evolved the 1 claw to dial a rotary phone. Yeah, it was the world's first telemarketer. Anyway, how did we get on this in the first place? Well, the Natural History Museum in London was the original Natural History Museum. And so it just gets called the Natural History Museum. Because it was the very first one. Anyway, the 115-foot-long exhibit was dismantled into more than 40 crates and Trello back in November before being packed into the belly hold of 2 Boeing 7879 passenger aircraft. Based on the most complete dinosaur remains ever discovered, that's not true. That's not true at all. We've got much more complete dinosaur skeletons than the holotype of Patagotitan. Oh boy. It will only just fit inside the enormous 30-foot-high Waterhouse Gallery of London tourist... anyway, yeah. Yeah, very cool. There is our Titanosaur right there. There's a T-Rex. There's an African bull elephant. And there is a Boeing 7879. This was a tremendously large animal, Patagotitan. Really extraordinary. Yeah. Hogan says the daily fail is usually only about 30% true. So I've learned, Hogan, yeah. Yeah. And Pfizer... I just read about those footprints the other day, actually, in a book. I think they're still pretty controversial. But yeah. And who is this? Helix Fossil.
We all love the way you teach.
I appreciate you, Helix Fossil. And of course, we've got a Deinonychus right here, spinning around on the bookshelf. Thank you, Helix Fossil, for your continued support. It really does mean a lot to me. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. So yeah. Anyway, yeah. And Tactile, I'm not actually 80 years old. No, I'm sorry. Again, I'm 21 and single, like all Twitch streamers. And eaten by an herbivore. How humiliating. I know, right, Hojo Cat? Although, I don't know. It probably means he was particularly delicious if even the herbivore, a sauropod, wanted to eat him. Yeah. There we go. We've got 40 crates of Titanosaur there, and... there we go. This is going to be assembled, and they will probably make some videos of this once it's done. I bet you they will once this gets assembled in London. Yeah. But here we go. let's have ourselves a look at this real quick. Here is almost like the patron saint of TV naturalists, David Attenborough, talking about our titanosaur here. This is the same one. This is probably the same exact specimen that's going to be reassembled in London. Yeah. 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 Holy cow. That's a big heart. And the titanosaur's heart grew 3 sizes that day. Think how much a titanosaur would appreciate Christmas, you know? Holy moly. Holy moly. Huh. Imagine having your heart only beat once every 5 seconds. That's, I mean, I guess the bigger the heart, the fewer times it has to beat, or fewer times it can beat. A hummingbird, its heart can beat like, what, 60 times per second or something like that? Maybe more? Yeah. Yeah. It's a hydraulic pump, indeed. Hogan, yeah. Yes, indeed. Would make a lot of sense. Yeah. Not surprising. Mm-hmm. There you go, Patrick Pirate, yeah. Cool stuff. You should watch that whole documentary if you have access to it. Attenborough and the Giant Dinosaur. Good stuff. Good stuff indeed. Anyway, that particular dinosaur is going to be making its way to London, or it's already arrived at the airport in London, apparently. This was, when did this happen? Well, shoot, this is a few days ago, February 7th. Oh, yeah, yeah. Cool stuff. Oh, yeah, yeah. And yeah, gotta love the Scottish public. Agreed, Orchestran, agreed. So yeah, very cool stuff. And let's take a look at that giant penguin, too. I know Steve was excited about this. Let's see if we can find that. Ooh, boy. Yeah. Fossil bones from the largest penguin that ever lived unearthed in New Zealand. And how appropriate this is for Thursday Birdsday. Excellent. Giant penguin indeed, Green Herring. Yes, yes, yes. And I'll see you later, Patrick Pirate. Thank you for being here. You go study some astrobiology and immunology. I'll see you soon, Patch. Thank you for being here. Yeah. Excellent stuff. So, fossil bones from 2 newly described penguin species. One of them, thought to be the largest penguin to ever live, weighing at more than 150 kilos. It's like close to 300 pounds. More than 3 times the size of the largest living penguins have been unearthed in New Zealand. An international team, including researchers from the University of Cambridge, reported the discovery in the Journal of Paleontology. The paper's senior author, Alan Tennyson, from the Museum of New Zealand, Te Papa Tongarewa, discovered the fossils in 57-million-year-old beach boulders in North Otago on New Zealand's South Island between 2016 and 2017. A friend and colleague of mine actually went to he got his doctorate at the University of Otago, studying fossil whales. I am, of course, talking about esteemed paleontologist Bobby Bozenecker. Anyway, really cool fossils from New Zealand, and that's one of the reasons why he went there in the first place. So yeah. And Triceratops says an adult is around 65 kilos of mass, so 150 kilos is a big penguin. Yikes. Oh yeah. These are penguins that would, holy moly. Yeah, get out of their way when they're coming up the beach. They'll run you over. The fossils were then exposed from the boulders by Al Manning. They've been identified as being between 59.5 and 55.5 million years old, marking their existence as roughly 5 to 10 million years after the end Cretaceous extinction. So these critters were only around, they're pretty soon after the big asteroid hits and wiped out the rest of their dinosaur friends, except for birds. 66 million years ago. So yeah, only about 10 million years after the end Cretaceous extinction. Yeah. The team used laser scanners to create digital models of the bones and compare them to other fossil species, flying diving birds like auks and modern penguins. To estimate the size of the new species, the team measured hundreds of modern penguin bones and calculated a regression using flipper bone dimensions to predict weight. They concluded that the largest flipper bones belonged to a penguin that tipped the scales at an astounding 154 kilos. In comparison, emperor penguins, the tallest and heaviest of all living penguins, typically weigh between 22 and 45 kilos. Holy moly! I mean, that's extraordinary. Because emperor penguins are very large. You know? Yeah, here, let's take a look at this real quick.
Can penguins really be taller than most adults? Hi, I'm Nate from PolarGuideBooks.com, and in this video, we'll compare the size and weight of each type of penguin.
Enjoy science as much as you can, and you can't enjoy science alone. You have to share it.
It is true, Keep Coding Steph. That is true indeed. Thank you for helping us share science and enjoy it together. Keep Coding Steph. Thank you for subscribing, Steph. I really appreciate you. Welcome back. We're talking about these new gigantic penguin fossils found in New Zealand, and to give us kind of a sense for how big penguins today are, we're watching this quick video. So, yeah, it should give us some perspective. And you invented penguins, T-Matrix? Really? Are you 60 million years old, T-Matrix? But yeah. Hogan says, just imagine a penguin the size of a baby elephant. Oh, I am, and it's pretty wonderful, I gotta tell you. Yeah. And Trek Nerd says, would their penguin-like ancestors have been around before the extinction? Presumably so, Trek Nerd. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll see about that. Yeah. Anyway, let's take a look at this video here
And find out about a whopping 6'6" record-breaking penguin.
Ooh.
Let's get started. Penguins are some of the most adorable creatures in the animal kingdom.
Agreed.
But with 18 different species, their physical characteristics can vary a lot.
I didn't realize there were only 18 extant species of penguin. I thought there were like 40 or 50 or more. Yellow-eyed, Gentoo, Adelie, Chinstrap, King, Magellan, Little. Yeah. Anyway, penguins go back a really long way. They're a very successful group of birds. And yeah, when things get colder, so I'm sure during the last ice age, there were probably more species of penguin, and they probably had a much wider range across the Earth. But yeah.
To start off, let's take a look at their height. For comparison, we'll take an average male adult from the United States at 175 centimeters.
I thought he meant an average adult male penguin from the United States, and I was going to go, what? Yeah. And holy cow, I'm like, well, I might be like an inch shorter than average height, honestly. But yeah. Okay, cool.
Or 5 foot 9 inches, and place him here. Starting with the smallest species, we have the little penguin, which is endemic to Australia and New Zealand. As its name suggests, the little penguin is very small, at just 40 centimeters tall. Next.
Oh, and sorry, you can't see that. I'm going to put these over here. There you go.
Next, we have the Galapagos penguin, which lives near the equator, followed by the 2 types of rockhopper penguin. Then there's a slight jump in height up to the chinstrap penguin, which is our first Antarctic penguin on the list, and the Humboldt penguin, which is found in South America.
Okay.
These are closely followed by African, Macaroni, Magellanic, Fiordland, and Adelie penguins, which are all around 70 to 71 centimeters tall on average. This is about the average height for a penguin. On the top 5 tallest penguins, we have the yellow-eyed and royal penguins at 76 cm tall, the Gentoo penguin at 81 centimeters, and the king penguin at 95 centimeters.
And yeah, they're pretty big king penguins, you know? Look, they appear to be the king of all the penguins, but who is more lofty than a king? Well, we'll see in a minute. T-Matrix says, I like macaroni. That's what I had for lunch, was some macaroni. T-Matrix, so you and I are in the same boat there. Yeah. Orchestran, you might be a little bit taller than me. Yeah. Anyway.
And finally, we have the largest penguin species in existence, the emperor penguin.
The emperor penguin.
115 centimeters tall, or around 2/3 of the height of an adult male human. So, what about that 6'6" penguin you were promised in the introduction?
Unfortunately,
this giant penguin has now been extinct for around 37.
We've got bigger ones now from the fossil record. Ooh, boy.
Fossils discovered by scientists.
Yeah.
That it was 2 meters long, or 6'6" inches tall, making it the largest ever penguin. Imagine that.
Not anymore. We got bigger ones.
How much penguins weigh? Again, the little penguin is at the bottom of our scale as the lightest penguin.
And no great auk? Well, a great auk is not a penguin, Anandusha. They're a different group of birds. I think great auks are more closely related to... Oh, goodness. Who are they? I want to say they're more closely related to puffins, but let's take a look at that. On our tree of life here. Let's look at penguins first of all. Sphenesciformes. Sphenesciformes. There we go. Penguins. Sphenesciformes. Yeah, 18 living species, but the great auk. Ooh. Let's go to auks, I guess. And they are way over there. Totally different group of birds. Auks, including the great auk. They are not penguins. But apparently puffins are a kind of auk, which is kind of cool. Alcidae, murrelets, and guillemots are also ox. So yeah. Yeah. And thank you, Anandusha. Anandusha knows what's up. Great ox, part of the family Alcidae. That's before I even came up with this. Thank you, Anandusha. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. But they are where the name penguin comes from. This is true, Anandusha. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Good stuff. Anandusha knows a thing or two about birds, so it's great that they're here for Thursday Birdsday. Yes, indeed. And this looks like, to me, this looks like a South African penguin. Like the ones that I would see at, say, the California Academy of Sciences. They have South African penguins there. The little penguin. Is that the same one right there? Golganek says yes. And Anandusha says, even though I'm a spider guy. Yeah. Spider guy, spider guy. Appreciate you, Anandusha. Try to keep up on birds and other dinosaurs. Appreciate you, Anandusha, very much. Yeah. And could be an African penguin or maybe a rock hopper. Well, let's look it up on here real quick.
Substantial change in evolution. If extinction didn't occur, successful group would dominate and it would last forever.
I suppose that is true. Delafo Maznoris, thank you so much for the 9 months of support. Really appreciate that, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. Thank you for keeping me here online for the past 9 months. That's a long time. Thank you, thank you. Seriously. Delafo, how have you been doing, by the way? It's good to see you here. Yeah. Oh, you might be pleased to know also that I have reattached the lower jaw on my Dilophosaurus skull back there. Via the use of magnets. So, yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. I'm looking to get some more lights and things for... I want to revamp this whole setup back here. When we put up our baby Triceratops skeleton, I want to make sure that, you know, the things are up to snuff there. Oh, yeah. Yeah. How do magnets... Well, we talked about this yesterday. Devin and Hogan. Oh, boy. Anyway, let's look up little penguin here, because to me, superficially, this looks like the same little penguins that we would see in San Francisco at the California Academy of Sciences. They're not native to San Francisco. So let's look up little penguin. There we go. They're way over in penguins. There we go. And they are native to where? Australia and New Zealand. Oh boy, I was wrong-go. Wrong. I still need a soundboard sound or something. But yeah, they are native to Australia and New Zealand, not South Africa. So I was very much wrong there. You know, it happens.
Weighing just 1 kilogram when fully grown, or as much as a bag of flour.
Ah, delicious.
Surprises when it comes to the largest penguin species. It is, of course, the emperor penguin again.
Yeah.
Up to 37 kilograms when fully grown. This is about the same weight as an 11-year-old boy in the United States. Penguins are heavy for their size compared to other birds.
And you know we're heavier in the United States. That's a hefty bird right there. Oh boy.
This is because they have bones that are solid all the way through, unlike the lightweight bones of most flying birds.
We call this pachystosis when you've got like material inside the bones that makes them more dense. It's so that these birds don't immediately pop to the surface of the water like corks. You know, it's to keep them from floating too much. They've got pachystosis. They've got, you know, thickened bones there. Yeah.
Them to swim better, especially.
But Layer T says, Paleontologizing, you're on point. The video used the wrong image. Layer T, you're kidding me. Really? Do we have some video malpractice here? Let's take a look. Oh my goodness, look at that. They're blue. A little fairy penguin. Ho, 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 ho. Oh, that'll teach me to trust video editing in a situation like that. Look at these guys. They're blue. Yeah. Whereas, let me type in South African penguin. And who do we have here? Looks very similar to the penguin from our video there. Yeah, even that, you know, that pink, like, lacrimal crest going into around the orbit there. That's what, oh, man. Thank you, thank you. Layer T. Yes, indeed. Vindication. Vindication. Thank you, Layer T, for pointing that out. I appreciate you. So there you go. Yeah. A very dapper penguin indeed. These guys are, man, they are... No bouncer is gonna turn them away at the door, you know? Oh, right this way, Mr. Penguin, sir. Please. Please. Drinks are on me, Mr. Penguin, sir. Look at them. Just positively regal. You know? Yeah. Very dapper, Booty Raider. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Good stuff. Good stuff. So yeah, let's continue.
Grown, or as much as a bag of flour.
Okay.
And there's no surprises when it comes to the largest penguin species. It is, of course, the emperor penguin again, weighing up to 37 kilograms when fully grown. This is about the same weight as an 11-year-old boy in the United States.
And you know our 11-year-old boys in the United States are particularly heavy, you know, because of all the high fructose corn syrup and everything.
Weight as an 11-year-old boy in
Ugh, I shouldn't be making jokes about this. It's not. Honestly, it's a serious problem.
United States. Penguins are heavy for their size compared to other birds. This is because they have bones that are solid all the way through.
There you go, Ice Allen, yeah.
Lightweight bones of most flying birds. This allows them to swim better, especially when diving, because the extra weight and the streamlined shape help propel them through the water.
Well, that's not. Oh goodness, that's not exactly why that is the case. The extra weight helps them to not shoot to the surface like a cork. You know, it helps them to actually become fairly neutrally buoyant, so they can dive more easily and everything else. It doesn't help propel them through the water. It helps them, you know, not immediately burst through the surface because they're too lightweight, you know? It's called ballast. There you go, Dread Pirate Robert. Yes, indeed. Yeah, pachystosis is the term that we talk about. Pachystosis. It is a non-pathological condition, so a non-injury type of dealie. In vertebrate animals in which the bones experience a thickening, generally caused by extra layers of lamellar bone. That occurs together with bone densification, reducing inner cavities. So there's, holy cow, the skull dome of Stegosaurus exhibits some pachystosis, and give me a second here and I can show you this. We happen to have completed our Stegosaurus 3D print here. Oh, that didn't, give me a second. Here. Properties, deactivate, activate. There we are. There it is on the 3D printer. I should go grab this off pretty soon. But, yeah, we printed a Stegosaurus skull. There we go. Skull of this Pachycephalosaur here. There we are. It is now complete on the 3D printer. Check that out. Very nice. And hydrate. Thank you for the hydrate there, Iron Man. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Good stuff. So, yeah. Yeah. And Triceratops has got a good question. They want to know how much of their penguin metabolism is dedicated to staying warm. The water that they swim and hunt in is so cold. They not only have thickened bones, they also have a lot of fat. Basically like the avian equivalent of blubber that they use to try and keep warm. That combined with their feathers does a pretty good job. But they probably also have to expend a good deal of energy actually creating body heat as well from the inside. So yeah, yeah. And Dread Pirate Robert wants to know, does this have a deformed mandible on the right side? There's going to be some diagenetic stuff here. There's going to be some compression here. So yeah. Yeah, it probably is this side that's a little compressed. But yeah, yeah. Anyway, this is a scan of an actual fossil, you know? And so there's going to be some deformities in it because this thing is, you know, 70+ million years old. And it's laid in the ground for a really long time and been crushed by overlying rocks, at least to a certain extent. So there's going to be a little bit of crush in there, you know? So yeah, yeah, and welcome back, Lenina. Good to see you here. Yeah. You think it's even called blubber in penguins as well? Cool, Anandusha. Yeah. Yeah. Here, let's continue our video here.
Can make a wonderful difference in promoting the appreciation and understanding of fossil science here on Twitch.
It can make a wonderful difference, and it has. Paramedics Underground. Thank you for those 1,100 bits. Thank you very, very much for your generosity. I really appreciate that, Paramedics. Thank you for sustaining and supporting science outreach here on Twitch. It means a lot to me. It really does. Thank you. Holy cow. That's good stuff. It's very good stuff. Appreciate your generosity, Paramedics. Thank you. And Hogan, that's a good point that Hogan makes. Fur is white, but fiber optics transfer sunlight to the skin. Hogan, yeah, so polar bears are up north. Penguins are generally in the southern hemisphere. You know, I think the fact that penguins have got a dark upper side and a light underside might have something to do with that. This is typical counter shading, which is camouflage when you're in the water. But on land, I bet you they would go and they would turn their back to the sun because that dark color there would help them to absorb heat a lot better. So yeah. Yeah. Anywho, let's get back to
Penguins are
here.
heavy for their size compared to other birds.
Yeah.
This is because they have bones that are solid all the way through, unlike the lightweight bones of most flying birds. This allows them to swim better, especially when diving, because the extra weight and the streamlined shape help propel them through the water.
Yes,
but
indeed.
They aren't always this size. When they are first born, a little
Ontogeny right here. It's important to consider penguin ontogeny as well. How do these animals change as they grow and develop, you know? Yeah.
penguin weighs just 35 grams, or 1 ounce, and an emperor penguin weighs about 400 grams, or 14 ounces.
Wow.
An emperor penguin chick will almost double in size every 2 weeks, so long as the mother provides an adequate...
And Jim says 35 grams? Well, even newborn kittens are about 100 grams. Are they really? Well, these guys have got to hatch out of little tiny eggs. So they're going to be pretty small to start off with, but they're going to get a lot larger than a kitten after that. Holy cow. Believe you me, if they manage to survive. Yeah. Oh, boy. Although that's just a little penguin chick. The little penguins are the ones, those blue ones that I showed you earlier. They're only 35 grams. That's the smallest species of penguin in the world. The largest currently alive is the emperor penguin. And they're 400 grams when they're first born. So it's like 4 kittens taped together, which I would not recommend trying to do. Don't tape kittens together.
Or 14 ounces. After hatching, an emperor penguin chick will almost double in size every 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So the mother provides an adequate food supply. Why are emperor penguins...
Mother and father. I think the father actually does a lot of the fishing, right? Let's give some credit to Dad here, you know? Yeah.
So long as the mother provides an adequate food supply. Why are emperor penguins so much bigger and heavier than most other species?
Because they've embiggened themselves. There you go. They've become embiggened.
Why are emperor penguins so much bigger and heavier than most other species? Well, this is an adaptation to the cold climate in which they live. Although 5 species of penguins inhabit Antarctica, only the emperor penguin breeds there during the extreme winter.
Yeah.
This is why they have plenty of fat to keep them warm. Larger animals also benefit from a lower surface area to weight ratio.
Yep, so they retain heat better.
Less heat to their surroundings proportionally compared to smaller animals.
Yep.
However, the weight of an emperor penguin will vary throughout its breeding cycle. In the period between finding a mate and the hatching of the egg, the male emperor penguin will undergo a 110-day fast.
Wow, that's way longer than any fast I've ever done. I've maybe done 110 minutes? 110 days is 24 times more, you know? No, hang on. No, that would be hours. Take that times 60, you know?
While they incubate the eggs. During this period, they can lose up to 45% of their
Holy
body
cow.
weight. Now that we've looked at the size of adult penguins and their chicks, let's look at their eggs too. Again, these will vary by species, and there's no prize for guessing which ones sit at the top and the bottom of the scale. Guessed it, the little penguin has the smallest egg, at around 5.5 centimeters long.
Okay.
Whereas the emperor penguin has the largest egg, which can be up to 12 centimeters long.
It's a sizable egg.
Most other species, emperor penguins only lay 1 egg at a time. However, they make up for this with the weight, which is around 460 grams. By comparison, a typical large chicken egg in the United States is around 57 grams. So a penguin egg is roughly 8 times as heavy. If you enjoyed learning about these cute creatures...
Very cool stuff. Very cool stuff indeed. Here's the link if you would like to watch the rest of that video. Or would like to watch it again. We watched the whole thing. But, yeah. Cool stuff. Now that you have a good sense for what living penguins are like, in terms of their dimensions, then holy moly. Here is an emperor penguin right here. Here is some other fossil species, and this is the new one. Yeah. Kumimanu Fordycei. Kumimanu Fordycei. This is a truly gargantuan bird. Yeah. Just discovered in New Zealand. Well, published on in New Zealand. It was probably discovered a while ago. But yeah. Mayor Space, hello to you. How you doing? Welcome back, Mayor Space. Great to see you. Thank you for everything you do. And I'm glad you think this is cool stuff, Hogan. I think it's really cool stuff, too. It really is. Yeah. Yeah, so the new penguin tipped the scales at an astounding 154 kilos. But the tallest and heaviest of all living penguins typically weigh between 22 and 45 kilos. So that's an emperor penguin right there, up to 45 kilos. This one is 154 kilos. Holy cow. Like 110 kilograms more. Oh my goodness. Fossils provide us with the evidence of the history of life, and sometimes that evidence is truly surprising, says co-author Dr. Daniel Field from Cambridge's Department of Earth Sciences. Many early fossil penguins attained enormous sizes, easily dwarfing the largest penguins alive today. Our new species, Cumimanu fordycei, was the largest fossil penguin ever discovered, at approximately 350 pounds. Holy cow. It would have weighed more than basketball player Shaquille O'Neal at the peak of his dominance. Yeah, so when Shaquille O'Neal ruled the earth, at the peak of his weight, this penguin was still heavier. So, holy cow. Yeah. Cool stuff. No dunking on penguins. Well, I don't know how good these guys would have been at jumping, but yeah, I don't know. Basketball is... I bet you these guys would be better at water polo than they would be at basketball. Let me just say that right here. Yeah. But yeah. X-Ray Crawler says that's double my size and I'm not a small guy. I know, right? Yeah. And Kenan Doodles, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Kenan Doodles says, how much are you into paleoanthropology? About none. Kenan Doodles, yeah. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, so I work on dinosaur fossils. So yeah, I don't know a lot about paleoanthropology. I've never done any paleoanthropological fieldwork. You know, I've dug up, like, I don't even know how many dinosaurs over the years, but I've never dug up any ancient human remains, so 0 compared to... How many more times is, like, you know, 500 more than 0? I'm not a math guy either, you know? But, yeah. Anyway, not much into paleoanthropology. So yeah. I hope I'm not disappointing you, Kenan Doodles. It's great to have you here. Thank you for the follow. If you've got any questions about dinosaurs or about any other non-human critters, we're discussing penguins, which are a kind of dinosaur, strictly speaking. Yeah. But yeah, any real number is infinitely bigger than 0, then I have dug up infinitely more dinosaurs than I've dug up ancient humans. Thank you, Mayor Space. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah. And Hogan says, I bet they'd be bad at water polo. They probably can't even ride a horse. That's the funny thing, is these guys actually evolved before horses did. Penguins are older than horses in the grand scheme of things. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. The team named the new species Cumimanu fordycei in honor of Dr. R. Ewan Fordyce, Professor Emeritus at the University of Otago. I wonder if Bobby knows this person. Bobby Bosenecker, paleontologist. Ewan Fordyce is a legend in our field, but is also one of the most generous mentors I've ever known, said the first author, Dr. Daniel Ksepka, from the Bruce Museum in Greenwich, Connecticut. Without Ewan's field program, we wouldn't even know many iconic fossil species existed, so it is only right that he have his own penguin namesake. I really like that. This is one way of kind of bestowing immortality upon a person by naming a cool fossil critter after them. because this name will live on for as long as people talk about this animal. You know? So talk about a legacy there. I've never had a dinosaur named after me, not a genus or a species at least. So yeah, but that is one of the highest honors that can be bestowed upon a researcher, is to have an organism named after them, you know? Oh yeah. A forever penguin, says Golganek. Yes, a penguin is forever. Yeah. So yeah. Anyway. Multiple specimens of a second penguin species were also found, providing a detailed view of the skeleton. Dubbed Petrodiptes stonehousei. It weighed in at 50 kilos, smaller than Kumimamu fordycei, and they should really italicize this. Those should be italicized in order to, that's what you do with Latin binomials. But still well above the weight of an emperor penguin. The name combines the Greek petra for rock and diptes for diver, a play on the diving bird being preserved in a boulder. Oh, I like that a lot. So this was preserved in a boulder. It had to be prepped out of a boulder. And it got named Petra Diptes. Stone diver. That's lovely. Good name. That's a solid name right there. Yeah. Stonehousei honors the late Dr. Bernard Stonehouse, 1926 to 2014, the first person to observe the full breeding cycle of the emperor penguin, a major milestone in penguin biology. These two newly described species show that penguins got very large earlier in their evolutionary history, millions of years before they fine-tuned their flipper apparatus. The team observed that the two species retained primitive features, such as more slender flipper bones and muscle attachment points that resemble those of flying birds. When asked why early penguins grew to titanic proportions, Sepka speculated that made them more efficient in the water. Size conveys many advantages, he says. A bigger penguin could capture more prey, and more importantly, it would be better at conserving body temperature in cold waters. We were talking about this earlier, yeah. A larger critter has more mass in proportion to its surface area, so it retains heat better. It is possible breaking the 100-pound size barrier allowed the earliest penguins to spread from New Zealand and other parts to other parts of the world. So I guess we think that New Zealand might be the cradle of penguins, that might be the birthplace of these animals and where they first developed and then spread out to Antarctica, to South America, to Africa. Interesting. Yeah. But yeah. And Ken and Doodles, yes, what you're talking about is the Tanis site in North Dakota. Oh boy. Yeah, we haven't talked about that much because unfortunately, Ken and Doodles, there's maybe some issues with some of the data there, and that's actually one of my predictions from 2023 is that there might be some, yeah, we might have some paper retractions about that. Oh boy. Oh boy! Data issues, indeed, Creatrix Brit. Indeed. Yeah. But anyway, it was in that documentary. I think it was Last Day of the Dinosaurs with David Attenborough. I really hope they didn't rope David Attenborough into helping promote something that may have been not on the level. But yeah. Yeah. Like with the other Tanis site, yes. They're digging in the wrong place. Activated complex. Yeah, no, this was named after that site from Raiders of the Lost Ark. I kid you not. Yeah. Anyway. But yeah. Yeah. And Triceratops. Yeah, it's not like naming a star. Go New Zealand, says Neon Coffee Cat. Yes, indeed. And Pendrake says, how do we know that the 50-kilo examples weren't chicks of the 350-pounders? That's a good question, Pendrake. I'm really glad you asked that. Pendrake is thinking in terms of ontogeny here. Pendrake, I think there was probably some... I'm guessing there was some histo done on these critters to figure that out, but I'm not entirely sure. The bones probably look a lot different. Well, but looking a lot different isn't always a guarantee that you've actually got different taxa. But yeah, I like where your head's at, Pendrake. Thinking like a paleontologist. Well, like more paleontologists should. Not everybody thinks about ontogeny often enough. So yeah. And Kenan Doodle says, do you think Tyrannosaurus had feathers or fur? Not fur. Definitely not fur. No dinosaurs would have had fur. But feathers, possibly? I think, Kenan Doodles, that since we have other earlier Tyrannosaurs, like Eutyrannus, that we know had feathers on their bodies. We actually have fossilized feathers on Eutyrannus, which is a very early Tyrannosauroid. Tyrannosaurus Rex, you know, T-Rex. Did it have feathers? I suspect that they probably would have when they were young, and they probably lost them later on in ontogeny as they're growing and maturing. Yeah. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for this. There we go. In the, in prehistoric planet here, we've got these baby Tyrannosaurus, and they are fully coated with feathers. Yeah, I think this is probably pretty close to the truth. This is from just this past year, 2022. Yeah. 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 Anyway. So baby Tyrannosaurus almost certainly would have had some kind of feathery coating, I think. A lot like you see here. You know. Yeah. As for adults, they're so big and bulky that they wouldn't really need that kind of insulation in order to maintain their body heat. So yeah. Yeah. Young T-Rex, feathers, almost certainly. Adult T-Rex, maybe not. Although, there are reconstructions that I've seen of Tyrannosaurus with feathers, like this is from the Saurian game here. And, you know, I look at this and I go, yeah, this looks very believable to me. Although the thing is, when you're a very large animal, you know, whether you're a Tyrannosaurus or an elephant or a rhinoceros or whatever, your problem doesn't really become... Your problem is not retaining body heat, it's dumping body heat. If you're a big animal, you generate a lot of heat, and you want to try and get rid of that heat. And this may have overheated these animals if they actually had this kind of a feathery covering. So yeah. Yeah. We're still looking for preserved skin or preserved feathers of T-Rex. Future fossil discoveries will, one day, solve this mystery. But it hasn't happened yet. Does that make sense? I hope so. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Anyway. And Hogan... Oh, shoot. Remind me in a little bit and we'll talk about welding. Oh, no. Yeah. We'll finish the penguins thing, and then when we're done with the penguins thing, remind me about the welding, Hogan, and we'll get into that. But yeah. Yeah. So yeah. And Hogan says, would the feathers also provide coloring for attracting mates? Certainly, Hogan, yeah. Absolutely, that's certainly true for a lot of modern birds. It would have been true for a lot of dinosaurs as well. Like, for instance, Zhen Yuanlong. Goodness. Well, shoot. Let's talk about dinosaur feathers for a minute here. Feathers. There we are. Yeah. This is from Prehistoric Planet with David Attenborough, whom we were talking about earlier. This is kind of a behind-the-scenes segment about feathered dinosaurs. Did Velociraptor have feathers? Yes, indeed.
The bones of dinosaurs are often very well preserved indeed, but that's not the case with the skin or the soft parts.
Here, I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Hang on a minute.
Looked like has been largely a matter of guesswork. But now some truly exceptional fossils have been discovered that have changed all that. One of the most startling discoveries has been the presence of feathers on a large number of species, including Velociraptor.
The idea that dinosaurs like Velociraptor were fully feathered is no longer at all controversial. We currently know of about 60 dinosaur species that are completely covered in feathers, just like modern birds.
Some of the most perfect fossilized feathers have been discovered in China. This is an image of a specimen that was found in 2015. It's called Zhen Yuanlong. And you can probably guess from these huge claws on its feet that it was related to a velociraptor. But also, you can see amazingly perfect detail of feathers down its tail and more on its arms, its wings. For Velociraptor in particular, fossils have been found with indentations in the bone.
Yeah.
Showing
Quill knobs.
where feathers would have been positioned.
Yes, indeed. Like on a turkey vulture. They got the same deal.
So it would have looked very different from that scaly monster that we're familiar with. It would have been coated in lots and lots of feathers and would have looked a lot more like a kind of really terrifying turkey.
I agree, Ken and Doodles. Yeah. Holy moly. Such a treasure, David Attenborough.
Incontrovertible. But why would a flightless predator like Velociraptor need feathers in the first place?
And this is one of my other very, very few criticisms of Prehistoric Planet. I don't like that they didn't include the raptorial prey restraint hypothesis. Because that seems to be really, really solid. And they didn't talk about that here. But yeah. Yeah.
The coat may soften their image as scaly reptilian killers, but in fact feathers would have made velociraptors even more deadly.
Yes, absolutely yes.
Allowing them to attack unsuspecting prey where no other hunter would be able to venture.
When we look at modern animals, we see that feathers are useful for so much more than just flying.
Yep.
For an animal like Velociraptor, feathers would have helped to control movement, particularly when the animal was leaping, climbing, or changing direction during a hunt.
Or staying on top of a prey item.
Feathers
flapping, you know? Oh,
as
boy.
a kind of suit of armor, providing protection from the blows of prey, as well as from collisions with the environment.
Yep.
And that would have allowed them to succeed even in the most difficult terrains.
Yep. Very nice. So yeah, there's another idea that they did not discuss here, which I think is a big oversight. Here is a paper from my old crew chief. Denver Fowler, lead author on this paper. Elizabeth A. Friedman, she's now Elizabeth A. Friedman Fowler. She actually married Denver. John Scannella, who is now curator of paleontology at the Museum of the Rockies, where I used to work. And I'm not sure who Robert Cambick is, but I'm sure he's great. They published this really cool paper on not just the use of feathers in dinosaurs like Deinonychus. Deinonychus is the velociraptor from Jurassic Park. Jurassic Park's velociraptor is actually Deinonychus. We've looked at this a million times, but here it is again. And the idea is that these animals would have used their feathered wings to kind of flap and stay on top of their prey as they're sinking their claws into their victim. This is actually a behavior that's not speculative. We see this in modern birds of prey.
Ontogeny.
You know? Yeah. So, here. Let's see if I can find that. Stability flapping. Stability flapping. Here we go. Here is a sparrowhawk staying on top of one of its victims. Oh boy. By flapping its wings like that. This is a little dramatic, but this is it's a good example of how modern birds actually use this. We think that dromaeosaurs are probably doing the same thing, and it would have been really cool if they showed that in Prehistoric Planet, but they didn't. Anyway, yeah. So yeah. And Bette Midler says, I just watched Samantha Brown on PBS. I know, from, she does all those travel stuff. Travel things, right? She visited Museum of the Rockies, nice Triceratops ontogeny exhibit. We'll have to watch that, Bette Midler, actually. Because my mom called me the other day. My mom likes Samantha Brown. And she was like, Danny, did you see Samantha Brown visited a dinosaur museum? And I'm like, Mom, that's the museum I used to work at. That's Museum of the Rockies. And she's like, yeah, he talked to a paleontologist there. I'm like, who was it? I probably worked with this person. She's like, his name was John. Oh, John Scannella. I used to work with John Scannella. Let's see if I can... There we go. Samantha Brown's Places to Love. Big Sky, Montana. Maybe we can watch this in a bit. This is where I used to live, actually. Yeah. Maybe we'll watch that toward the end of today's stream. But, yeah. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. And M. Lionel, how are you doing, M. Lionel? Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Welcome. Yeah, it's good to have you here. Let me know if you've got any questions, okay? Yeah. But yeah. And you went to Dinosaur National Monument. I was just there a few months ago. Ken and Doodles, yeah. Yeah. I'll be going there again in June. And someone called Dragna Rocker. How are you doing? Someone called Welcome Back. Good to see you here. Thank you for joining us again. Yeah. And Tommy Ploticus, I saw that on Twitter earlier. Yeah, dinosaurs with Stephen Fry. That should be neat. You didn't see many feathers in the trailer, strangely. I don't think they showed many kinds of dinosaurs that would have feathers. Although they had a Utahraptor that had feathers, Tommy Ploticus. Yeah. Yeah. Where's the... Yeah, here's Utahraptor. That's got feathers. Yeah, there we go. There's Stephen Fry and Dean Lomax and Utahraptor. Utahraptor definitely had feathers. So that'll be neat. Yeah. You tell me, Dragna Rocker, how does that look? It's complete now. The Stegosaurus 3D print. I have the, let me put it. It's somewhere around here, but the back of the dome, I also have complete too. So yeah. Yeah, anyway. And Dr. Terra, that's unfortunate. It's like straight from the game? Ew. Yeah. And Sarah on Caffeine, you like Stegosaurus? Everybody's favorite little pachycephalosaur? Yeah. Unless you're talking about these, unless you're talking about stegosaurs, which are very different. Sarah. Stegosaurs, like you see there in chat, very different animal. Yeah, those. Okay, I like stegosaurs too. They're very cool. Subscribe if you want some stegosaur emotes, you know? Those might be the only stegosaur emotes on all of Twitch. So yeah. Yeah. Anywho, let's get back to... We were talking about penguins. I think we finished up with the penguins, didn't we? I guess we finished up with the penguins. But anyway, very cool new giant penguins from New Zealand. Are you still here, Hogan? Because if you are, let's talk a little bit about welding. And how I think this is one of those severely... severely underappreciated areas in paleontology. Or, I don't know. I've got a rant about this. Let's see. American Museum of Ancient Life. Or, let's just search Supersaurus vertebra. There we go. Or Supersaurus sacrum, perhaps? North American Museum of Ancient Life. There we go. Yeah, Hogan, here we go. So I did a couple of live streams from here in Lehigh, Utah, walking through the exhibits at the North American Museum of Ancient Life. And here is one of the stars of their exhibits, the Supersaurus, one of the largest sauropod skeletons on display anywhere in the world. And the really cool thing about this is not only do they have the cast skeleton like this right here, you know, this is all cast material, they also have real fossil bone on display right there. I think this might be the sacrum, or it might be a big old... Well, it looks like a sacrum. Part of the hips of this animal. And as I was walking through here, somebody had a question. Because, you know, I was live streaming, looking at chat. Somebody asked me, Danny, what are some other ways to get into paleontology? You know, apart from, like, the traditional way where, like, you go to college and you take classes and you study fossils and blah, blah, blah. And I said, holy cow, welding. Welding is a way to get into dinosaur paleontology. Because when you look at something like this, in order to create a massive framework for a skeleton like this, especially if it's real fossil bone, you've got to create a specialized metal armature for holding all of these bones in place. Here, I'll show you. Here's also a nice tip for anybody who would like to know how to tell the difference in a museum between a real dinosaur fossil skeleton and a replica. Who can tell me here if this is a replica or the real thing? Anybody have any guesses? Jodyfish says replica. Yeah. People are saying replica. Well, you know what? You're correct, yes. This is a replica right here. However, by contrast, take a look at this. Is this right here a replica or the real thing? Let me know. We're talking about the Tyrannosaurus here. Try and ignore the Triceratops down there. We're talking about the T-Rex right here. Ooh. People are saying real. And why do you say real? There's bracing, says Acrocanthosaurus. Yes. There is a beautiful steel armature. They're holding all of these bones in place. Yes, indeed. And yeah, definitely. Good work, chat. Very nice. A+ class, says Claire Burt. Yes, indeed. Here, I'll walk you through a little video about this. Yeah. So that particular specimen is one that I know very well. Having helped pack it up from Museum of the Rockies, where it used to be. In Bozeman, Montana. There's my old boss, Jack Horner. There he is digging it up back then. Anyway. So let's take a look at this here. Yeah.
We loaded a Tyrannosaurus Rex into a FedEx truck and sending it up north to Canada, where we're going to be putting actual mounts on it. So these
Oh boy, and I was there for that back in 2014. I could probably show you photos. Let's see. Back in 2014. There's July 2014. September. I want to say it was like October. Where did that go? Shoot. View all albums. Give me a second here. Backdrop. It's gonna be one of these. I know I have photos somewhere. They might not be in my Google Photos there, but I was there. I helped pack this thing up in the first place when we sent it on its way out to the Smithsonian. The thing is there it is. Yeah. The Smithsonian Institution in Washington, D.C., they made a deal with Museum of the Rockies with Jack Horner. And they're like, Jack, you're going to find us a T-Rex, right? And Jack's like, oh, yeah, sure, I'll find you a T-Rex. And then Jack got a little bit distracted, and he focused on Triceratops a little bit too much. And the Smithsonian is like, Jack, where's our T-Rex? And Jack's like, don't worry, I got you covered. You can have this other T-Rex that we have lying around here. The Wonkel Rex, MOR 555 was the specimen number. And so there was a big whole thing where, where they had a big event like this. Kathy Wonkel discovered the Wonkel Rex back in 1988. Yeah. They had a parade and everything, and yeah. So I actually helped pack up a few of the bones to send them off to DC. Yeah. There you go, activated complex.
What could be more fabulous than welcoming a Tyrannosaurus Rex to Washington, D.C.? We're unveiling what is called MOR 555, also known as the Wonkel Rex, also known as the nation's T-Rex. The Rex will be part of our renovation of our fossil halls, our dinosaur halls, which opened to the public in 1911.
I know you're making a joke there. That's a Big Lebowski reference there. Activated complex. Or no, sorry. Activated complex. I have a T-Rex toe here in my office. A cast of one. A pedal phalanx, which is one of the toe bones. But, yeah.
Over 100 years ago. We will dismantle the dinosaurs and other skeletons in the wing. We will begin conserving them We'll then take that room back to its bare original architecture. That hall will open in 2019.
Yeah, I've still never been here.
People here. A decade at 5 million people. It's 50, 60 million people will see
Yeah.
this exhibit.
Good stuff.
That's 15% of the nation's population will be in this room. Arguably, this room is one of the most impactful science education spaces on the planet. Although we've disappointed a lot of people because we took dinosaurs away from kids. But
Yeah,
we're bringing
shoot.
it back with vigor.
So anyway.
Today we loaded a Tyrannosaurus Rex into a FedEx truck and sending it up north to Canada where we're
Yep.
going to be putting actual mounts on it. So these
To
are
Research Casting International, who are some of the best people in the world at mounting dinosaur skeletons, creating like frameworks for them. You'll take a look. This is where the welding comes in, Hogan.
steel framework
Take a look.
this dinosaur in the National Museum.
Yeah. Much more smoothly activated comics, yes. Research Casting International, there you go.
And you just stop them dead in their tracks. What do you mean build dinosaurs?
Yep. Yeah. So this pose right here, this is actually based on the research of my old crew chief, Denver Fowler. And I really, really hope that in DC, in this exhibit, they credit him for this, because this is based on his research. His how to eat a Triceratops research. Yeah. There we go. Yeah. How to eat a Triceratops in 4 easy steps. Yep. A team of scientists led by paleontologist Denver Fowler from the Museum of the Rockies examined 18 Triceratops fossil specimens, mostly skulls from Montana's Hell Creek Formation. All the fossil bones are evidence of T-Rex tooth marks. Anyway, the idea is, based on the marks left on these bones, we could figure this out. There's kind of a process for eating a Triceratops. Step 1, get a good grip on the bony frill, like you see right here, and that is precisely what's happening right there. See? So yeah. I think Denver might still have yet to publish this. I want to say it was like a conference abstract that the media kind of jumped on. But one day Denver will publish this in the scientific literature, but I really hope that he's being credited for this at the Smithsonian, because yeah.
We've got the bend going up nicely. We were basically raising the tail.
Yep.
5 inches.
There we go. So, Hogan watching this, I hope you're paying close attention to the... I'm sure you are. Paying close attention to the welding here.
We were basically raising the tail 5 inches, so we bent the structural steel, and the reason why we did that was to keep it out of the reach of the public.
Yeah.
Ontogeny.
Lordy, thank you so much for the 33 months of support. Holy, 33 months. That is truly extraordinary. Have I been on Twitch for I don't even know if I've been on Twitch for 33 months. How did you do that, Lordy? But thank you. That's almost a whole year, isn't it? Almost a whole month. This is clear. Sure, yeah. There we go. 33-foot tall Lordy. Exactly, Fall Machine. Yes. Yeah. Good stuff. Thank you so much, Lordy. I really, really appreciate your support. How are you doing, by the way? How was your stream today? I hope it was excellent. So, if any of you are not yet following Lordy, you're missing out. She did some cooking today, I think. And, I hope it went splendidly. Lordy along with Ios, are the two other members of our stream team. Our Threes a Crowd stream team. They are dear, dear friends of mine, and you should absolutely go follow both of them, Lordy and Ios, if you're not yet doing so. Because, man, are you missing out. Their chats might not be as boisterous as mine, but they're nice, chill places to hang out. Lordy does cooking. She does painting. She does crafts. She does baking. All kinds of creative stuff. Right here on Twitch. And then Ios does something a little bit more unconventional, perhaps? I know it might be kind of unheard of on Twitch to do something as unusual as video games. But that's what Ios does. So go check her out. Ios not only is a gamer goddess extraordinaire, she's incredibly good at video games. The point where it's like, it's not fair. My goodness. She's also a Twitch staff member. She works at Twitch, writing code for the subscriptions team. So go follow Ios too. Lordy and Ios. 2 quality follows there. And they've both got wonderful emotes, so yeah. Anywho. Yeah. But good stuff. Some sewing, says SV Harkin. Yeah, Lordy does a lot of sewing, too. Did I not mention sewing? Lordy makes a lot of clothing live on stream. So if you're the sort of person who wears clothes or eats food, you might want to go follow Lordy to figure out how to make either of those things. You know? Yeah. So, yeah. And Jim, Jurassic Park. Yeah, that scene with the... All those were, like, suspended from the ceiling in the visitor center, Jim, at the end of Jurassic Park. They should have been mounted to steel frames. But, yeah. Anyway. And, Gojirasaurus? Oh, Gojirasaurus is probably just a really big Coelophysis. Someone called Dragnarocker. Although it's known from very fragmentary material. I sincerely wish that Gojirasaurus were based on better material, because it's such a cool name for a dinosaur. I'm a big Godzilla fan myself. I think Ken Carpenter named it, and it's based on really scrappy material. Yeah. Anyway. But yeah. And Jim says, I was talking about the live ones. Lol. Oh, Jim, I was talking about this, you know? Let's see. You know, I was talking about this right here. You know? Yeah, where these are all... They're not mounted on steel frames. They're just, like, kind of dangling there. Like, held up by wires? I don't really know what's up with that. This is not how we mount dinosaur fossils. Even casts in museums. That's not how it works. This part is completely... Yeah. I realized they had to make it look like this for the movie, so they could be spinning around and have this big set piece like that, but that is not how it works in actual museums, you know? So yeah, yeah. And cable suspension would work, but a lot less stable, and you can't wheel it around, Hogan. It would be tethered to the roof. That's actually part of my juvenile Tyrannosaurus here. Is held up by fishing lines to the ceiling, and I'm working on solving that because I don't like it that way. It's not as stable. You're 100% right. And I'm working... I gotta buy myself some more acrylic rods, actually, so I can get that thing mounted properly after a couple years of having it be like that. So yeah. Yeah. What's the second less realistic thing you noticed about that movie? There you go, Hogan. What was the first one? But yeah. And put them on the wish list, Lenina? Let me do that right now. Here. Let's see here. I have them here in my cart, but I've been waiting, saving up for these. They're not cheap, but I've got some lucite plastic rods. I will put them on the wish list right now. There we go. Yeah. Here we go. Yeah. Lucite plastic rods. I would like to have these to help mount the juvenile Tyrannosaurus specimen, who is right here. An animate lucite rod. There you go, Pat Medler. Simpsons reference. But yeah. Anyway, if you would like to see this mount actually be mounted properly, I know it's not cheap. That's why I've been saving up for it. $32. Holy cow. It's more money than I spend on food in a whole week. But, yeah. And Lenina, what are you talking? Christmas gift? Holy moly, Lenina. Appreciate you. Yeah. So, yeah. Anyway. The T-Rex was chasing the Jeep. I know, right, Hogan? I also thought that scene was very inaccurate. I mean, holy cow, traveling at like 40 miles an hour? Has any of these people ever driven a Jeep? Those things break down at the drop of a hat, you know? I used to be a delivery driver for an auto parts store. I used to talk to mechanics like all day, almost every day. And, yeah, they all said Jeep stood for just empty every pocket, you know? So, yeah. Anyway. Goodness. But, yeah. Let's get back to our video here. Talking about welding. Rip.
We have steel workers, we have blacksmiths, we have a lot of sculptors. You know, we have artists, like a lot have an art background. We have conservators, preparators, mold makers.
Ah.
So, a huge feather in our cap, you know, like just to do this. And,
that's so cool. I mean, because look at this. Like, for every fossil bone that you have here, you have to have these, we sometimes call them antlers or fingers or, you know, armature projections. Yeah, so like here, hang on, back to this. Look, you see that big old steel piece right there that's holding up all these vertebrae? These are actual fossil bones right there. Those are the actual fossil bones. For the Wonkorex, those are like 66 million years old. And you've got to gently cradle each of those pieces in place. It is an incredible challenge for anybody doing any kind of metalworking, you know? Yeah.
You know, like just to do this. And, you know, especially after a career of doing it.
I mean, look at that. You've got the big pubic bones right there. And look at this metal armature here. Just exquisite. Like, this is a work of art in and of itself. There is what will form the basis of the tail. The caudal vertebrae are going to be mounted over the top of this. Over that steel framework. That's really, really cool.
You know, and working with major museums throughout the world.
Yeah.
This is going to come down.
So what we're thinking is release the tension.
That's Matt Carano right there.
Make it go more like
dinosaur paleontologist.
It's incredibly complicated and requires a number of different disciplines and expertise to put together
Very cool.
an exhibit, and we work on it for years, assembling all of these different elements, and when you walk in the hall, all of that is invisible to you as a visitor.
In this particular project.
So there's a certain irony in that I think is really, really interesting, that when you're a metal worker, when you're an artisan like this, and you're producing a metal framework for this sort of a dinosaur skeleton, you're solving problems that no one has ever dealt with before, like, you know, for as long back as metalworking goes. This is going to be a unique project. Nobody else has mounted a dinosaur in this pose before. You're having to, like, come up with new solutions to problems as you go along. You're kind of building the plane as you're flying it. And yet, this is not work that's supposed to call attention to itself. It is not a showpiece in and of itself. It is supposed to kind of recede into the background. If you're doing your job as well as you can, it's kind of strange. Nobody is going to notice it. I guess it's like being an engineer in some ways, where, like, oh, well, there is a lot of engineering in that. But think about that. You know, there's a tremendous amount of creativity and critical thought that goes into this, to creating a framework for this, and yet the framework is supposed to recede into the background. Nobody's supposed to notice that, because if it calls attention to itself, that means you've done something wrong. To me, that's a really interesting idea, you know? As a fellow, like, creative person, you know, creating something that is supposed to be invisible, I think, is really interesting.
The biggest challenge probably has been the interaction of the two animals.
And there you go, Hogan. You become the unsung hero of the story. There you go, Hogan. Absolutely. Yes, indeed.
It's basically right on top of it, and they're trying to get two skulls to line up, plus all of the other elements.
Very cool.
Work was challenging in the fact that it's just so much going on.
Yeah.
The armature that holds the real fossil.
There we go. Look at that. The fossil holder is what they call it.
The armature that...
So look at these are these little fingers or antlers or fossil retention devices. We call these, like, extensions sometimes. There's a bunch of different names for them. But each one of these has to be absolutely custom to each one of these individual bones. Like, look how much different number 3 is from number 4, the shape right there, from number 5, from number 6. It's all bespoke. It's all unique. It's all handcrafted. Just the wonderful artistry here I don't think gets enough attention. And yeah, it's really extraordinary stuff. Hogan says, when I was a mechanic, I knew I did a good job when nobody noticed me. Exactly, yeah. There's some purposely built wire forms. Very cool, right, Hogan? Really, really neat.
The real fossil,
yeah.
which we call the fossil holder.
Yeah.
Some people call them antlers, fingers, whatever you want to call them. But it usually consists of a piece of half round with pieces that are tapered, and they follow the contour of the bone very closely.
Very, very cool. I want to rewind just a little bit. And again, this is how you can tell, for everybody watching, when you're in a museum and you see a mounted dinosaur skeleton in all of its glory, pay close attention to that. Does it have these custom-built metal pieces that are gently cradling the bones? If it does, that's a real dinosaur fossil that you're looking at. Those are the original fossil bones. And that's probably about 25% of the time. Maybe, actually, it's probably a lot less than that. Maybe 10% of the time, it's the actual fossil bones there being cradled by these. Whereas if you look at, for instance, our UCMP T-Rex right here, our University of California Museum of Paleontology T-Rex, you notice there's just a metal rod that's just, bam, jammed right into the tibia. You don't see this, you know? The metal frameworks underneath, because you've just got metal rods that are going straight through this. That's because this is not the real fossil bone. These are exact copies of the real thing. These are replicas. These are casts. Does that make sense? Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. And there you go, uninduced pest control technician. Yeah. Yeah. Lilith says, does being exposed to the air have any effect on it? Yeah, for certain fossils, being exposed to the air can have a tremendous effect. That's why we often try and consolidate them. We put various glues on them to kind of hold them together so they don't just turn into dust. Well, that happens too. And Hogan says, I knew it was fake because it was too straight. Well, yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Good stuff.
The real fossil, which we call the fossil holder, has, some people call them antlers, fingers, whatever you want to call them, but it usually consists of a piece of round with pieces that are tapered, and they follow the contour of the bone very closely.
Yep. It's beautiful stuff, and as a dinosaur paleontologist, I look at this and I go, oh, thank you. Thank you for going the extra mile, extra 10 miles to make these fossils accessible, too. Because the thing is, since these are actual dinosaur fossils up there on display, not only do you have to gently cradle them in place, but it also has to be engineered in such a way that you can remove the fossils for scientific study and then gently put them back. So, like, it's not like they're ensconced there forever, 20 feet in the air in this metal framework and you can never take them out. There is a requirement that you have to be able to remove them also in order to study them, to take measurements, to do scans, stuff like that. So it makes it even more complicated. Makes the job of the armature creator even more difficult, you know? Yeah. And Hogan says, oh my goodness, I'd love to work with these people. Such a cool job. Yeah. Research Casting International up there in Canada. They do exquisite work, you know? Yeah. Pretty cool stuff.
It's got a high
pretty cool stuff.
percentage of real fossil, but where you see the white areas, those are generally cast materials that have been supplemented in. The ribs, there's white. And then, of course, all the cracks.
This skull will be
Yeah.
cast. The skull is the one part that's probably of greatest scientific interest. And so...
Yep, and this is a good point. Orchid makes a really good point here. Welcome back, Orchid Twilight. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Orchid says modern casts are probably resins. Are the old casts on display plaster? That must be fragile itself. Plaster is incredibly fragile, and yet you are 1,000,000% right there, Orchid. Yes, indeed. For this is going to be resin right here, because this was created in, like, I don't know, 2015, 2016, something like that. So this is resin, which is kind of like molded and cast plastic. But back in the day, they used to use plaster of Paris to make dinosaur fossil casts. We still do that every once in a while. Plaster is cheap. Plaster is brittle and delicate and heavy. And it has a tendency to fall apart if you put any stress on it at all. So like the cast of Dippy, the Diplodocus, at the Natural History Museum in London.
Glue is cheap.
Dippy is made of plaster. Modern dinosaur fossil casts are usually made out of resin, which is more expensive, but it's far more durable, less brittle. So yeah. So yeah, there you go, Orchid. Yes, indeed. And UE Creed says, how is the dodo figure coming? We finished that during the dodo stream, UE Creed. It's right up here. There we go. Yeah. Finished that a week ago on Thursday Birdsday last week. Pretty cool, right? Yeah. Resin's also a lot lighter. Yes, indeed, Trek Nerd. As 3D prints are pretty light, too. Which, because they can be hollow. 3D printing is quickly becoming a new standard in reproducing dinosaur fossils around the world. So that's pretty exciting too, you know? But yeah. But yeah. Anyway, what is going on outside? It sounds like a truck just jumped the curb or something. Let me go look at that. It's a sports car doing something, and then oh goodness, I gotta hang on a second. Hello? Hey, Mom. Hey, I'm streaming right now. Can I call you back? Okay. Yeah, we're good. We're good. I'll be there. All right. Okay, bye. Anybody else have their parents call them at work? You know? Yeah. I try and be a good son, you know? Try and always pick up. But yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Let's finish this video up here.
So we want to make that accessible to scientific study.
Yeah.
Position it like this, it's really going to make it impossible for scientists to get at it. Also, the precariousness of the way this mount is, with the skull really hanging off the neck as it is in a live animal, is not well suited to mounting a real bone.
Yeah, so that skull's going to be resin there. The real fossil skull is
I think,
elsewhere.
If you're someone who has the privilege to be a paleontologist working at a museum and working on dinosaurs, it is really once in your entire career that you might get to do something like this.
You could have it lose a tooth and have the tooth be busted off.
Embedded in the front.
Yeah, so if like this one's missing, you could have it in here.
We do it like this, a little bit here.
Something that we all hope is going to be around for 50 or another 100 years. And so
Yeah.
all of us.
Very nice. Very nice. And look at that. I've still not been to the new Hall of Dinosaurs at the Smithsonian. I want to go. I would love to go, but it's... Shoot. I've not been to DC in like 20, 30, 40 years? 50? I've not been in like 80 years, you know? Yeah.
It's just too heavy to really manhandle.
Yeah. Look at those femurs. Those armatures. I'm really feeling this because I built some IKEA furniture this morning before I started streaming, and it's like yeah, looking at all those, you know, you got the hex keys, and then you got the other thing with the, you know, the, what was that dealie? Where did I put that? You know, you got this thing for you know, turning the bolts and all of that, and you know, I'm really feeling this today, you know? Yeah. Do you know? There you go. Dank Plank, yes indeed. Welcome back. Good to see you.
We're gonna grab here and here.
Yeah. Isn't this cool, Orchid? Yeah, very cool. Stavros, welcome back, Stav. How you doing? Welcome, welcome.
Put stress right here, eh?
Give her a wiggle. Home.
Very nice. Look at that. Ah, be still my heart. That is beautiful. Oh, and this, man. So this is outside of Museum of the Rockies. This is that, like, horse that's made out of, like, chains, I think. And the deer always used to hang out here. There's a lot of beautiful, tasty grass here the deer used to come and eat. This is across the parking lot from the bronze Tyrannosaurus skeleton. Right here. And back when I was in Bozeman, when I was an undergraduate, doing work at Museum of the Rockies and doing classes and everything, sometimes I used to come here in the middle of the night, or what felt like the middle of the night. The sun rises pretty early during the winters up in Montana. Holy cow. But yeah, I used to come here and sit underneath the T-Rex at night. And yeah, and this was my spot right here. I used to sit right here in front of the right foot of the Wonkel Rex right there. There was a nice little spot in between digits 2 and 3 where I can kind of nestle myself in, and I would read a book and look up through the rib cage at the night sky and look at the stars and just kind of ponder what it all meant. But yeah. Spent many, many hours here. Yeah.
You brought it once. Now you can have that.
I love this so much. So here's Jack Horner, my old boss. Here's Kathy Wonkel, who discovered the Tyrannosaurus skeleton in the first place. She discovered the Wonkel Rex. That's why it's called the Wonkel Rex. It's named after her. And here is Jack presenting her with a cast of the arm. So this is an exact replica of the arm. She brought the real arm bones to the museum back in, like, what, 1989, I think? To say, hey, I think I found a T-Rex. Or I think I found something important. Take a look at these bones. She brought those to the museum, and this whole process began with her, Kathy Wonkel, a resident of Valley County, Montana, somewhere near there. So yeah, pretty cool.
I think I had a bright orange sweatshirt, but I've got a kind of an orange one. And we'll wrap the T-Rex back up. Take them back out to the Dry Creek country where we discovered them in 1988. Going back home. This is a replica. This is not the original.
Yeah.
There it is.
Ah, beautiful. Yeah. So yeah. And that was the first complete Tyrannosaurus arm. There you go, Bette Midler. Yes, indeed. Yep, the first complete Tyrannosaurus arm. And that is what Kathy Wonkel brought in to the Museum of the Rockies back in 1989. Thanksgiving 1989. Yeah. And Procyon, yes, Jack Horner did have a cameo in Jurassic World. That's apparently the biggest... That's the most input they let him have into the film Jurassic World, apparently. Given how dog water that movie was. Oh, boy. But, yeah, they gave him a cameo. So, yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff indeed. And agreed, Lenina. Yes, please do not give Claire Burr a sub. I've got an email drafted up that I can send to the Twitch staff this evening to get Claire Burr a perpetual sub, which I get as a Twitch partner. So please, I mean this earnestly, do not give Claire Burr a sub. She's going to get one anyway. Give your sub to somebody else, and that will be much more appreciated if you're going to gift a sub. So yeah. And let me know when yours expires too, Lenina. Yes. And Mayor of Space also. Yeah. Anyway, before we get into Thursday Birdsday, let's take a look at this. Samantha Brown's Places to Love. My mom just called me a few minutes ago. She also called me the other day and told me, Danny, you need to watch this. Samantha Brown goes to a dinosaur museum. And I'm like, Mom, I used to work... She probably saw some of the dinosaurs I dug up here. Let's check this out.
On average, 400 inches of powder falls on close to 6,000 skiable acres, all under a colossal peak that soars to 11,000 feet.
Yep.
It's a place where mountain water flows, inspiring a skill, a sport, and an art, where ranches have been welcoming people for 100 years, and a museum takes us further back.
Yeah!
It's a destination where open space and fresh air is plenty.
This used to be my home. Bozeman, Montana. Yes, indeed. Yeah.
Sky, Montana.
So Big Sky is just south of Bozeman. But,
I'm Samantha Brown.
Yeah.
All over this world.
Yeah, good for her.
Appreciation and gratitude. Thank you very much for the 100 bits.
And
Read
what?
Golden Earth message above, please.
Hang on a minute here.
I can see that my 50,000 a year has been well spent.
Hogan. Do my eyes deceive me? Hogan appears to have subscribed for 6 whole months at tier 3. Holy cow. Hogan, I appreciate that more than you know. Extraordinary support there. Hogan, thank you. That's like a... that's incredible. Thank you, Hogan. And let me show you what you've just gotten with that tier 3 sub, Hogan. There are some emotes. Not only do you have an ad-free viewing experience for the next 6 months, not only do you have access to the regular emotes that all subscribers get, but you also have access to these emotes. You can do the Paleo Omegalol emotes there. You are one of a very select group who can do that, Hogan. Tier 3 subscribers all. So there you go. Yeah. Hogan says, I expected to come here and have a nerdy good time, but you also made it super cool for me as a welder. Well, you are super cool, Hogan. What did you expect? That is extraordinary, and I really appreciate you, Hogan. Thank you. The tier 3 feel is amazing. It really is. Thank you, Hogan. That is extraordinary, and I really, really appreciate it. Seriously, that means a whole lot to me. So yeah, again, you get these emotes, the ones that are in chat that nobody else gets except for tier 3 subscribers. So, enjoy. Good stuff. Good stuff indeed. And your sub expires on the 17th. Good to know, Lenina. Here, let me... Okay. 17th, Lenina. Thank you. Yeah. And Acrocanthosaurus? Yeah, I dug up some of the dinosaurs at Museum of the Rockies. We'll talk about that in a minute when we get back to this. But yeah. And Travel says, please read my 100 bits message. Travel, read Golganek message above, please. Oh, shoot, what was that? And Golganek says your plexiglass rods should arrive between the 14th or the 17th of February. Then, Golganek, did you order those? Thank you, Golganek. I really, really appreciate that. I mean, right now, our Tyrannosaurus here is a little precarious. You know? There's fishing line supporting it right there. Look how wobbly this is, you know? And I can't move it at all because the tail is sticking out way over here. I will actually be able to get this into a position where I can move it around and everything. And Golganek, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. And Travel, thank you for highlighting the message. Golganek, that's pretty incredible. I appreciate you, Golganek. Thank you for the 190 bits. Also, Golganek, thank you. Excellent stuff. Yeah. So yeah. For the Tyrannosaur Youth, yes indeed, Golganek. Thank you. Yeah. And Dr. Terra, did I miss your Thursday Birdsday deep dive? Bapiausaurus, we will do that in a little bit. Oh, wait, no. We had one from Truckhorn that I missed. I need to make an alert for the dinosaur deep dives. And Dr. Tara, what was your dinosaur deep dive? I missed that one. What was it, Dr. Tara? Yeah. But yeah. Yeah, and you're good. You're good, Truckhorn. You're good. We'll talk about Vipiausaurus in a minute. But first, we're gonna check out what Samantha Brown was up to in my old stomping grounds, Museum of the Rockies.
The experiences, and most importantly, the people who make us feel like we're really a part of the place. That's why I have a love of travel, and why these are my places to love.
And here we go.
Well, I'm enjoying what you have a lot, and
as it might be else.
Mountain.
Yeah.
That was good. Very
This
good.
is my bowl of choice.
Well, you made a good choice.
Guy looks familiar.
Montana
Anyway.
is a great place to find dinosaurs because...
I know who this is. I recognize that voice right there. That is Dr. John Scannella. He's now curator of Museum of the Rockies. I used to work with John in the laboratory and especially in the field. In 2012, we spent a whole summer together digging up Triceratops and Pachycephalosaurus and other dinosaurs. John Scannella. Holy moly. Let's go back just a titch.
Montana is a great place to find dinosaurs because if
It
you want
is.
to find a dinosaur, you have to go to rocks of the right age for dinosaurs.
Oh, yeah.
In Montana, a lot of rock from the right age of dinosaurs is right at the surface. You can
Yeah.
see rocks all around you, and a lot of it isn't covered up in roads and parking lots and malls as it might be elsewhere. I'm Dr. John Scannella, and I've loved dinosaurs since I was a really little kid, about 2 or 3 years.
Yeah. There's John.
Curator of Paleontology at Museum of the Rockies, Montana State University, and that basically means that I determine the scope of research and collections insofar as paleontology at the museum.
The Museum of the Rockies is about an hour from Big Sky in Bozeman, and its wide variety of unique exhibits includes an extensive collection of dinosaur.
Who can tell me who this beautiful Triceratops is? Does anybody know? Holy cow. I dug up this Triceratops, at least the postcrania, part of it, back in 2011 with the Museum of the Rockies crew. Yes, indeed, that is... Holy cow. Yoshi's trike. Yes, indeed. The Triceratops with the longest horns of any Triceratops anywhere in the world. Yoshi's trike. It has become so iconic that there's even a plastic model that you can buy of Yoshi's trike, which is pretty cool. Very, very nice. Yeah. So the Yoshi's trike Triceratops site specimen. Here. Let's go back to Google Images. Yoshi's trike MOR 3027 is the specimen number. There it is right there. These are all on Facebook. Goodness. There it is in black and white. Yoshi's trike. And here is some dingus standing next to the skull of the skeleton, but while it was being mounted back around 2013 or so. But yeah. In fact, yeah, what kind of dingus would post this on website, on the bird site, on Twitter? Anyway, this is September of 2012, earlier than I thought. Shoot. But yeah. Who am I kidding? That's me. Back in September of 2012, next to this incredible fossil specimen there. Although that's all a cast. So Yoshi's trike is a cast of the real thing. This is going to be when John presumably finally gets around to publishing it. This is going to be a new species of Triceratops. So yeah. At 11 years old, there you go, Zesty Funja. Yeah, because of course today I am 21, you know? As all Twitch streamers are, 21 and single. And are they ever going to fix... They're never going to fix it. No, Golganek. Unfortunately. Yeah, anyway. You were like 10 in that pic, says Moodles. Well, 2012 to 2023? Yeah, that would stand to reason, right? Anyway, good stuff. Yeah. So there is Yoshi's Trike right there at Museum of the Rockies.
There's a large number of dinosaur growth series on display at the museum, so having examples of one dinosaur, say Tyrannosaurus or Triceratops, from little juvenile examples all the way up to really, really big.
Articulate Reptile, thank you. Welcome, Articulate Reptile. How was your stream? I hope it was really, really good. How are things? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Well, for Articulate Reptiles Raiders and anybody else who might be new here, let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. As a dinosaur paleontologist, I dig up dinosaurs and other fossil critters, but honestly, mostly dinosaurs, across the American West with various museums. I used to work with Museum of the Rockies, like we've been watching a video of, the Badlands Dinosaur Museum in Dickinson, North Dakota, Carter County Museum, other dinosaur museums, and and the Utah Geological Survey too, among others. I dig up dinosaurs, I study them, I publish on them in the scientific literature, and now, 5 days a week, I talk about dinosaurs right here on Twitch. So, if it's your first time here, I hope you feel welcomed, and, yeah, hope you stick around. Articulate Reptile, how was your stream? I hope it was really good. Good stuff. Articulate Reptile, if I recall correctly, articulates reptile skeletons for display, which is very much an endeavor that requires a good artistic eye, an excellent understanding of anatomy, osteology, the biology of reptiles. So go follow Articulate Reptile if that sort of thing sounds interesting to you. You know? Welcome, welcome, Articulate Reptile. I hope all's well. Thank you for the raid. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway, we're watching this little video. My mom actually sent me a... She sent me a phone message by calling me on the telephone. And she said, Danny, Samantha Brown went to a dinosaur museum in Montana. She's like, do you know anything about that? And I'm like, was it Museum of the Rockies? And she goes, I think so. And I'm like, Mom, that's where I used to work. Those are some of my dinosaurs on display. So we're watching this real quick. Yeah.
Of that dinosaur, and so we can see how this animal was changing.
This is so cool.
From a baby to an adult. If we look at
they put in a little divider there.
Examples of that dinosaur, and so we can see how this animal was.
That did not use. Oh wait, no, hang on. No, that's the back of Joe's trike. Never mind. That was always there. Sorry. There's our baby Triceratops skull. This is the same one. Holy cow! This is the same one that I have right here. Yeah. There's our baby Triceratops skull right there. Look at those big old eyes. Beautiful. Yeah. Ontogeny indeed. So yeah, look at this beautiful growth series of Triceratops, much like we see in chat. If you are subscribed to the Paleontologizing channel here, then you've got a little sub badge next to your name. It starts off as a little Triceratops egg, then it hatches into a beautiful baby Triceratops, and it continues to grow and mature the longer you stay subscribed to this channel. So, those are all based on specimens that are, I think every single one of them is here at Museum of the Rockies. They're all represented here, from the baby to, here's our Juvie Trike 3 stage, and they continue to get bigger and bigger and bigger. So yeah, and there's your little one. There you go, Astronomy Show. I think that's this one right here. I forget what this specimen is called, but it's based on that one. Yeah. Good stuff. And Hogan, that is Yoshi's trike right there, Hogan. Which is, this specimen right here. That's the same Triceratops that I helped dig up back in 2011. So yeah. Yeah. And Jody Fish, oh, thank you, Hogan. How many species of Triceratops are there? We've got 3 well, oh boy. That's a good question. We've got 2 species of Triceratops named so far, or that are valid. Oh, goodness. Let me walk you through this. Yeah. Go to Wikipedia. Triceratops. Valid species. We have 2 valid species of Triceratops that have been named so far. Triceratops horridus from the bottom of the Hell Creek Formation, from about 68 to about 67 million years ago. Triceratops prorsus from about 66 million years ago, and then in between we've got another one that's not yet named, but that is this species here. Triceratops doesn't have a name yet. The intermediate species. And then we've got a whole bunch of other ones. Triceratops albertensis, alticornis, brevicornis, calicornis, elatus, eurycephalus, flabellatus, galeus, hatcheri, ingens, maximus, mortuarius, obtusus, serratus, thocatus, sylvestris, and we've got multiple other genera, you know, Diceratops, Nidoceratops, Torosaurus, and multiple others that are almost certainly not valid. So yeah, we've got 2 named species of Triceratops. And here we go. By actually studying evolutionary trends in these animals, we can figure out what's going on with them in terms of their anagenesis. And shoot. This never makes any sense. You press Control Plus and it makes it smaller. Anyway. Yeah, here at the bottom of the Hell Creek Formation, we have Triceratops horridus with a small nasal horn. In the middle, we've got this one that's not yet named. This is Yoshi's trike, or the UCMP Library trike. Not named yet as a species. Hopefully John gets on that soon. And then we've got Triceratops prorsus at the top, with a big ol' honkin' nasal horn. So the only ones that are officially named and considered valid are this one and this one. Hopefully this one gets named soon and gets added to the roster, because it seems like these guys are evolving into these guys, who evolve into these guys over the course of about 2 or 3 million years. But 2 million years. Triceratops horridus evolves into this guy, who evolves into this guy. Triceratops prorsus at the top. So yeah. Triceratops still waiting on the paper eye. There you go, Claire Burr. Yes, indeed. So yeah. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway. And Nell says, Danny's age just reminded me of that Twilight meme. How long have you been 21? For as long as I've been a Twitch streamer there, Nell. Yeah. And Bet Medler says that's not just ontogeny. No, because we've got mature members of this group and this group and this group. It's not just ontogeny. These are separated stratigraphically. So these are from the lower Hell Creek about 68 million years ago. These guys are about 67 or something like that. These guys are about 66, something like that. Okay, they're separated by time. That's the main point. as they have stratigraphic separation. So yeah, there you go, Bette Midler. I like where your head's at, though, with that ontogenetic thinking, though. Yeah. And Hogan, yes, indeed. There is definitely some truth to that. You stick around and you will get the full story about that, Hogan. Holy cow, I don't want to get drawn too much into ontogenetic discussion right there, but yes, Hogan. Yes, indeed. We will be talking about that. Stick around and you'll get an earful about it, for sure. But let's continue this here, shall we?
Growth series on display at the museum.
Yeah.
So having examples of one dinosaur, say Tyrannosaurus or Triceratops, from little juvenile examples all the way up to really, really big examples of
ontogeny. Yes.
See how this animal was changing as it grew up from a baby to an adult. If we look at Triceratops, for example, with the different growth stages, we can see how the horns on top of the head were changing shape as it got bigger, and how the frill at the back of the skull was changing. And there aren't many museums around the world where you can see as many growth stages of as many dinosaurs as you can see here at Museum of the Rock.
There's literally no museums in the world that do this in the same way that MOR does. Holy cow, this is the only place in the world where you can see these growth stages, these ontogenetic, you know, growth stages, growth series of dinosaurs like this. It's really cool. Yeah.
Within the museum's walls is one of the largest collections of North American dinosaurs in the world.
The largest, from what I understand. I think Museum of the Rockies might still have the world's largest collection of dinosaur fossils.
This viewing lab is where visitors can see tedious removal of rock encased in fossils so that these specimens can then be studied.
And this was, oh boy. So the real lab is downstairs, but this viewing lab right here.
The museum's walls is one of the largest collections of North American dinosaurs in the world. This viewing.
So yeah, that viewing lab there, this is just, you know, for Jurassic Park fans, this is Site A right here. The real work takes place in Site B, which is downstairs in the basement. That's the actual prep lab. This is where we would have, like, elderly volunteers who would do the prep work here. Although, that's not Lee, is it? Huh. Might be. There's a chance that's Lee Hall right there. Anyway, we would have I never did any work in the viewing lab upstairs. I did all of my work downstairs in the basement, the actual prep lab. These characters are all autoerotica. Claire Berry, yes, indeed. No, they're not animatronic. These are real people in here. But yeah. And man, they actually got we didn't have this back when I was there. We didn't have the big dust collection thing. That's really cool, actually. They must have got some extra funding. But anyway, when I was in Bozeman, I briefly dated a gal whose extended family helped fund the viewing laboratory here. And they got their name on it, so yeah, that was pretty cool. But
is where visitors can see tedious removal of rock encased in fossils, so that these specimens.
Is that Lee right there?
And all the fossils that you have here, were they all?
Is this Lee? Did he go that gray? Goodness, we'll have to see.
In Montana?
Almost all the fossils in the museum are from Montana or just around the edges. This is a tibia of.
No, that's not Lee. That's somebody else. Although that could be Lee right there. Got a wedding ring. Lee is married. That could be Lee.
A big duck-billed dinosaur.
That looks like Lee Hall right there. Holy cow. It's been ages. Lee Hall, I worked with him on the Yoshi Strike site back in 2011. Lee's a really good guy. I think that's him. Yeah, man, I miss Lee.
Those are favorites, right? Everyone loves the duck bill.
Yeah.
How long ago did this dinosaur roam the earth?
Oh, this one is about 76 million years ago or so.
So what can something that roamed the earth 76 million years ago?
Oh boy, and they yowza. They really,
Yeah.
How long ago did this dinosaur roam the Earth?
Oh, this one is about 76 million years ago or so.
So what can
they gutted this area. So there used to be a couple of fossil displays right here, and then they had a table right here for kids to be able to like play with dinosaur toys and stuff like that. They must have taken all of that out during COVID. And it's just, here's a hand sanitizer station now. Goof. Yowza. Anyway. Yeah, there used to be a big, not Hesperornis, but Baptornis, I think, display case right here. They had a Diplocerapsus back there. Those are gone now. Yowza.
something that roamed the Earth 76 million years ago really tell us as human beings today?
Oh, well, we've only, been roaming the Earth for quite a thin slice of time.
Yeah.
And so if we dive down through the layers of time, we can actually kind of see what were dinosaurs doing over long millions of years. And if the environment changed in a certain way, how did that impact what was going on with the dinosaurs? So in a way, we can look back at what was happening with the dinosaurs and perhaps get some insights into what might be happening with us in the environment, or what could happen if it was to change in a certain way. So I think there's a lot we can learn by seeing what the dinosaurs did and what happened to them.
Do you still have dinosaur pajamas? Come on, say yes.
I think I do.
Several.
John totally would. He absolutely would. If anybody on the staff would, it would be John Scanella. But yeah.
Pretty sure I do.
Yeah. Anyway, cool stuff. Cool stuff with Samantha Brown. Yeah. But, yeah, anyway. Yeah. And, I don't know what you mean, Claire. Wait, what? Where did you... They took out all the benches? I don't know, Claire. I don't remember. Yeah. And, Gorbald... Oh, that device that you saw in there was a dust collection system. Yeah. This right here is for dust collection. So it's basically a big old vacuum with an extendo arm, and the vacuum goes... And it sucks up all the dust that you generate when you're prepping a fossil there. That's what that was. So yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Now, with that having been covered, I think it's about time for us to finally get into Thursday Birdsday here. Are you excited for Thursday Birdsday, everybody? Yes, indeed. I actually have to run to the bathroom again, but I will play you a quick video about Thursday Birdsday here. I don't know how this has become our Thursday Birdsday video, but it has been. It has become such. Take a look at this. I will be right back. All right, there we go. Welcome, everyone, to Thursday Birdsday. This is our weekly segment here on Paleontologizing, in which we review some photographs of avian theropods birds submitted to us by members of the Paleontologizing community. And wait, hang on a minute. You saw the video, right? Yeah, I hope I had the right scene going there. But yeah. Anyway, where is our let's go into the G's. Goldfinger. That's close enough. GoldenEye, Goldfinger. There you go. Let's do some Thursday Birdsday birds for this Thursday Birdsday on Thursday. Yeah. Yes, indeed. So, let's take a look at some of the birds that viewers, excuse me, have submitted. So goodness. Here on Twitch, I feel like many of us don't get enough time outside, spending time in nature, looking at the wonderful critters that inhabit our planet along with us, our wonderful neighbors here. But Dr. Tara has got a social flycatcher here. I don't know what that is, Dr. Tara, but that looks pretty cool. Social flycatcher. This is my way of kind of encouraging people to spend more time outside and to pay more attention to the modern dinosaurs who share our environments with us. Yeah. So here we go. Here is a social flycatcher right here on our tree of life. And why is that a photo of an egg? Thanks, Wikipedia. Goodness. Anyway, social flycatcher. Very cool, Dr. Tara. Very nice. Ironheart. It's got some long-tailed tits. And, I like this. I fully welcome semi-blurry cell phone pictures of birds. You will see mine are fairly blurry and from a cell phone today. We'll take a look at those in a few minutes. But yeah, long-tailed tits, very cool. An Acrocanthosaurus is some kind of hawk in my backyard. Not sure what type. Thinking red-tailed, not great with birds. Acrocanthosaurus, I'm not great with birds either. But that, whoever it is, looks young. That looks like a distinct juvenile kind of plumage right there. Let's see. Yeah. And look at how well this blends in with the trees in the background. This bird knew what he or she was doing there, They knew what's up. Camouflaging here. Yeah. Very nice. Very nice indeed. Acrocanthosaurus. Who is this? Big feet, says Zesty Fungi. I bet you that is a juvenile. And, did you hear that trademark hawk screech? That's usually a good descriptor if it's a red tail, which it sounds like the stock sound effect. Might be a juvenile Cooper's hawk. Interesting, Acro. I wonder about that. Origin TT says a female Allen's hummingbird, I think. Right there. Interesting. Beautiful little hummingbird there. And some goldfinches. It'd be nice to limit this to one bird per week from chatters, but if you find several cool birds, that's cool too. Yeah. But Green Herring was replying to Acrocanthosaurus since the slim body and long tail means that this is of the accipiter hawks, either a juvenile Cooper's or sharp-shinned hawk if you're in North America. So, remember I said juvenile? This looks very juvenile to me right here. Right there. Looks very much juvenile. So I guess I wasn't entirely wrong. Thank you, Green Herring. Very nice. Yeah. And then a greater scalp. It is pretty great indeed. Take a look at that scalp. Look at that beautiful golden eye right there. I don't know if it actually is a golden eye, but, yeah. Looks very much hungry, says Gormabald. Birds are always hungry, you know? That old phrase, oh, you know, you eat like a bird. That means you eat a tremendous amount of food. Birds, like, for instance, hummingbirds can eat like double their weight in food every day, right? Holy cow. So, yeah. And scalps are genus Ithya. Oh, cool, Captain Lamy. I did not know that. Scalps are... They must be very distinct from golden eyes, huh? Anyway, despite having very yellow eyes. Yeah. I'm being too literal once again with my thinkings on these birds. Yeah. And Hogan, yes, absolutely. We'll be talking about that in a minute. It's a fool's golden eye. There you go, Chuck Horn, yes. Yeah. Hogan, yeah, we'll be talking about that. Eagles sound kind of like a chicken. We'll be talking about that in a bit because my Thursday Birdsday bird might be an eagle there, you know? Yeah. Yes, indeed. Got some lovely Canada geese from Mommy Does. Very nice, Mommy Does. Love Canada geese. Man, they've got moxie. They are birds with attitude, as you love to see. Yeah. And Hemiphagia novalis on Cordyline australis. Who is that? Who is this layer trop? We're going to have to look it up on our Tree of Life. Nope, that didn't work. Hang on a minute. Copy. Paste. The New Zealand pigeon. A long distance away from those flycatchers there. Holy cow. Other side of the bird family tree over there. We've got New Zealand pigeons. This is going to be not too distant from our dodo, actually. Yeah. Our dodo is somewhere over here. Anyway, that we talked about last week. Very, very nice, layer trop. Nice indeed. Pigeons are amazing. Columbidae, very cool birds, Clareberry. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Very nice. And you went straight to the plants. There you go, Acrocanthosaurus. Yeah. Yeah. And Green Herring says, usually I have to go to the birds, but this time the bird came to me, says Green Herring. I was just chilling in my apartment yesterday when I heard some very upsetting sounding crows outside of the window. Some very upset sounding crows. Turns out there was a red-tailed hawk in the tree across the street. Pro burb tip, always investigate when you hear crows making a fuss. And look at that beautiful red tail right there. Exquisite. Look at that brow ridge shielding. You can actually see this, like, shade the eye of that bird right there. Take a look at that. You can see how this is like a natural baseball cap. You know, shielding this bird's eye from the sun. Beautiful. Very, very nice. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff indeed, Green Herring. Thank you, thank you. Very cool. And Helix Fossil says, just wanted to share this. Who is this? Oh, hang on a minute. I gotta unmute this tab. I have Discord muted. Here we go. And thank you, Eli Lassetti. Thank you for the 300 bits. Really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Wonderful. Welcome back. How you doing? Bird.
I'm the biggest bird.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Or?
Oh my gosh.
And that's what happens.
You're clever.
Very nice. Very nice indeed. Yeah. Thank you, Helix Fossil, for sharing that. Very nice. Yeah. And I appreciate you, Eli. Thank you again. I seriously appreciate that very much. Yeah, and that is an African gray parrot indeed. Birds of the Dawn. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah. And a golden eye of some type. Yes, indeed, El Hua Lynx. A golden eye. That might be a, there we go. That might have been a bufflehead, maybe? Type of golden eye. I bet you that was probably a bufflehead right there. Oops. Yeah, probably a bufflehead. Or some... No, it might be a scalp. I don't actually know what that is, El Hua Lynx. People in chat know more about bird identification, modern bird identification, than I do. So, yeah. Yeah. A Sean or a Pierce, maybe? Maybe a Roger or Timothy? Claire Burr, are you making James Bond jokes there, Claire Burr? Oh, and this is our last one. Wow. Okay. Well, for our Thursday Birdsday, there we go. There's the last of our Thursday Birdsday birds for our Birdsday on Thursday. Not too shabby. Yeah. Let me show you my bird that I encountered yesterday and photographed for all of you to see. Here we go. Not one, but two red-tailed hawks. You see them there? I could identify them based... No, I'm just kidding. No. These are bald eagles. Bald eagles frequently make the red-tailed hawk noise in movies and stuff. But, these are bald eagles here at the Oakland Zoo in Oakland, California. Clearly finches. There you go, Acroganthosaurus. Yes, indeed. But yeah, maybe we'll find a... Well, I was able to visit the Oakland Museum yesterday. I was very excited about that. And, Oakland Museum, Oakland Zoo. The Oakland Zoo yesterday. And, I saw some bald eagles there. I did not see any condors. The condors, who are my favorite animal at the zoo, they were not on exhibit yesterday. So I'll have to go back another day and take some photos of them for a future Thursday Birdsday. But for yesterday, I photographed the bald eagles. Tree dunes. Oh no, Lilithopo. And they're not juncos, Golganek, nor are they chickadees. Sarah on caffeine. These are Haliaetus leucocephalus. Do I have that right? Haliaetus leucocephalus? Let's look them up. Yeah. Bald eagle. Haliaetus leucocephalus. There we go. I remembered correctly. Yeah. Very nice. The bald eagle, symbol of these United States of America. Bald eagle, thank you for your service. Symbol of these United States. The bald eagle. Yeah. Anyway. Good stuff. Let's see if I can find a video on bald eagle conservation, perhaps, to kind of round out Thursday Birds Day. And then I'll tell you about I'll tell you a little story about when I encountered a bald eagle. I had a close encounter of the third kind with a bald eagle in Montana back in 2011.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Please see Determinator's DD request from last Thursday.
And from last Thursday? Thank you for the 100 bits, Travel. Appreciate that. If it was last Thursday, we probably would have covered that. I have no way of bringing that back up. Dr. Tara, what did you... And Sushkin's Goose. We'll cover that right after this then, Dr. Tara. Thank you. I guess I missed that back then. Here, let me copy that. Yeah. But yeah. And let's see here. Conservation success stories. This might be good. Let's try this.
Hello, and welcome to the CAC series on conservation success stories.
Thank you.
This story focuses on the bald eagle. When the United States first adopted the bald eagle as our national symbol back in 1782, there was an estimated 100,000 eagles total.
Holy cow. It's a good number.
However, due to habitat destruction, illegal shooting, and contamination due to DDT used in farming, the number of bald eagles dropped dramatically.
Yeah, in fact, I bet you we can find a better video here, honestly. No, no shade intended there, but let's see. That's 27 minutes long. No thanks. Sorry. Oh goodness. Shoot. This is... And holy cow, Eli Lassetti.
Oh, Lisa, there's a little present for you lying in the driveway. Oh, boy, really?
Holy cow.
I respect and tie for your work.
Thank you, Eli Lassetti. Really appreciate you. And thank you for your support. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Holy cow. By the way, if anybody cheers 400 bits, you will get either that alert or the converse of that alert. Yeah. Eli Lassetti, you got the good one.
Brontosaurus. Big fella, isn't he? 70 feet long. Tips the scales at a substantial 35 tons.
And Shishai the Butterfly, thank you for the follow and welcome to Paleontologizing. Great to have you here. Welcome. How you doing? Thanks for clicking that follow button. So yeah. And holy cow, coming right up. All right, Lilith Hobo. We shall see. This video might give us what we're looking for here. Let's take a look.
There was a time not too long ago when a scene like this would have been impossibly rare.
Ooh.
Bald eagles, national symbol since 1782, came
Yeah.
close to being wiped out.
Yeah.
Thanks to a World War II era pesticide popular on American farms.
It has been found to be highly effective against many kinds of agricultural insect pests.
But DDT seeped into streams and rivers and fish, then to the bald eagles that ate them. Their eggshells became so fragile they'd break before hatching. By the 1960s, fewer than 500 eagle pairs were left anywhere. Even after DDT was banned in the 70s, they were hard to find. Colorado had just 3 known nests in the entire state.
That is crazy. There were 3 known nests. So maybe a total of probably fewer than 10 bald eagles in the entire state of Colorado. If you need 2 eagles to build a nest, a male and a female. Yeah. Ugh.
It used to be when we started birding, you'd see a bird, an eagle every 10 years. And then it got to be a bald eagle every 5 years. And then you could, see maybe 1 a year, which was really, really cool.
The day we met them, Jan and Bruce Snyder spotted a bald eagle baker's dozen.
We saw 13 of them over on the other side of Bar Lake.
After nearly going extinct, bald eagles have made a huge comeback across the country.
Dozens and dozens of eagles return to Bar Lake every winter, and so far this year, officials have counted up to 40 eagles a day.
Good for them.
Going from those 3 nests to
more than 200 at minimum, and we think we probably have more like 400 or 500.
On this day, the Snyders are teaming up with Colorado Parks and Wildlife researcher Risa Conry, checking on a few of those nests at Bar Lake State Park near Denver.
I would say this is a pretty precarious nest.
Conry worries about this nest perched high in a dead tree.
It's really got the support mainly of just one main stem.
A similar nest blew down this spring, cracking the 2 eggs inside. Today, Conry wants to check out a report about a new nest going in nearby. Where are we headed right now?
We are headed towards the new nesting location of the pair that lost their nest last year during a storm.
A short hike, and we see it.
Our goal here is to get an accurate location on this nest tree in West 104.78039.
The Snyders, volunteers with the Bird Conservancy of the Rockies, will keep tabs to see if the eagles move in permanently and maybe raise a few chicks. Colorado wildlife officials have now launched a 4-year bald eagle study, outfitting birds with transmitters so they can be tracked and studied in real time. In July, this male flew hundreds of miles all the way to Wyoming.
Good for him.
American bird populations are declining.
That's where I'm headed in June.
How bald eagles are adapting to an increasing number of people moving to Colorado's Front Range and all the homes, highways, and shopping mall development that comes with them.
That used to be hunting areas for these eagles are now housing developments.
I see a really simple solution to this for any eagles whose habitat is being taken over by people. Maybe these eagles just need to see a widening of their diet, where they can start taking, Homo sapiens as a part of their diet. That should be a ready source of protein. And, yeah. There you go, Claire. Yes, indeed. Oh, boy.
Some of those eagles' nests are getting hemmed in.
A simple proposal. There you go.
To see whether they stick around.
A modest proposal, even.
What's left, or whether they leave for a new area.
For now, the bald eagles seem to be sticking around and thriving, but Conry says time will tell.
It's a success story with some nuances, I guess. We're still concerned, and we still want to make sure it's our national bird. They're fun to spot and fun to watch for people.
Yeah.
And these days, spotting a bald eagle.
And holy cow, take a look at that rig. That's nuts. Holy moly. I remember like one time I have a little spotting scope here in my apartment, and it cost me something like $70, something like that, which I thought was pretty expensive. And one time I went up, this must have been about a year and a month ago, or a year and a couple months ago. It was like November of 2021. I met up with a local branch of the Audubon Society. All these middle-aged and mostly elderly folks who were avid birders. And one guy had a big spotting scope like this that he was looking through. And he offered me a look through it. And it was really incredible. Like, holy cow. You could see really, really well with this thing. And I asked him, what's the make and model of this? I'd like to look this up. Maybe I could save up and get myself one. He wrote it down for me. I took it home and I looked it up online. Holy cow! This thing cost like twice as much as my car did. A spotting scope like this. It was insane. Just like my brain almost exploded out from my skull. Just incredible. You know? Oh boy. Yeah. Spotting scopes like this are not cheap. There's got to be like a really interesting curve with that where like the price continues to go up and up and up as the visual acuity only like kind of inches up along that axis. It was nuts. But like $10K, like $10,000 for a spotting scope, just absolutely astonishing, you know? Yeah. And Spartan, it says fine optical glass is almost expensive as gold by the ounce. I believe it. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah. So anyway, pretty extraordinary. Yeah.
It's gotten a lot easier. Clayton Sandell, Newsy, Denver.
Anyway, cool stuff. So there are my eagle friends whom I met just yesterday at the Oakland Zoo. Very cool critters. Very, very cool. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Oh, and cool, Moonrise Rabbit. That's really neat to see eagles thriving near where you are. That's pretty awesome. Now, we've got a deep dive, I guess, from last Thursday that I missed. Apologies about that, Dr. Tara. But okay, who is this? Sushkin's goose is a putative species of goose, so presumed goose, now thought to be extinct. The status as a species has remained contested. Huh. I see some Cyrillics there. Is it from Russia or a neighboring country? It has been suggested that the Tunguska event of 1908 may have wiped out most of the breeding population in the taiga, resulting in the dwindling to extinction. Holy cow. So this is a modern species of dinosaur that may have also been wiped out by an asteroid or meteorite or... Oh boy, that's nuts. I've never heard of this before. It was first described by Professor Petr Sushkin in 1897 based on 8 specimens obtained from wintering grounds in Bashkiria. Large numbers were known to winter near Tashkent and Hortobágy in eastern Hungary. Nearly 150,000 were known to winter in Hungary between 1908 and 1911. It had a distinctive double-note ge-ge call and differed in the size of its bill and its coloration. The last known living birds were in the Budapest Zoo in 1934. Interesting. But that's nuts. It has been suggested that the Tunguska event of 1908, and this, holy cow. Let's see if we can find a video of this. I don't want to give anybody nightmares here, but yeah, holy cow, this is something that happened. Let's take a look at this from... we'll take a look at this from Fascinating Horror. Let's see here. Oh boy, this is nightmare-inducing.
Around 7:17 a.m. on the 30th of June, 1908.
And thank you, Eli Lassetti, the 300 bits. I really appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. That's lovely. Appreciate you.
Near the Podkamenaya Tunguska River in Siberia, Russia, a gigantic explosion took place.
Oof.
The force of the blast flattened around 80 million trees and
Yep.
cleared an area more than 2,100 square kilometers, 800 square miles.
So this is not a... goodness. You know, we're going to watch the other video because this is going to be like... Yeah, that's not going to be as good. We'll watch
Deep in the
this.
Siberian forest is the record of an explosion that is 1,000 times larger than Hiroshima.
Yeah. Oof.
It was a summer morning in the Tunguska River Basin. A man was sitting on his porch, enjoying the sunlight on his face, when suddenly he was blown backwards out of his chair, and he felt as if his whole body was on fire. He was 40 miles away from the center of this explosion.
Nuts. The Tunguska
And it
event.
shattered for hundreds of miles around. Shockwaves rippled across Europe. The night sky was illuminated for weeks after, and people were able to read their newspapers in the middle of the night.
Wait, really?
To Asia. It was 20 years before a scientist was actually able to make it out to the site of this disaster. Leonid Kulik, the chief curator of meteorite collection at the St. Petersburg Museum, made a journey out in 1927. It was an arduous trip. It took forever to get to this remote area in the Siberian wilderness. And what he found shocked him. He found 83 million trees felled in a circular radius covering over 600 miles. At the center of this, the trees stood straight up, burned to a crisp and stripped of their bark and their branches. Locals were at first really reluctant to talk to him. They thought that this explosion had been the work of Agdi, a god who had come down to punish them by destroying their land and their livestock.
Ugh.
So 100 years later, there are still questions about exactly what happened at the Tunguska event. A space object, maybe a comet, but probably a meteorite, entered the Earth's atmosphere. This thing was 200 feet wide and probably weighed over 220 million pounds. And it came into the atmosphere at around 33,000 miles per hour. As it sped towards the Earth's surface, it encountered the pushback, the friction of the atmosphere, which heated it to over 45,000 degrees. And it was at this moment that it exploded. It sent out a shockwave in a butterfly pattern. Imagine an explosion so powerful that it could explode miles above the Earth's surface and still measure as a 5.0 on the Richter scale. Had it happened over a city, it easily could have leveled an area the size of Tokyo. And here's the
Nuts.
thing. Well, it was relatively rare. Astronomers have done the math, and they think an event like this happens roughly every 300 years. So, depending on probability, we've got another Tunguska event in our near future. Dun, dun, dun! Subscribe here.
I mean, it's not like there's... These things happen like clockwork. You could have two of them happen in consecutive days, or you could have none of them happen for 1,000 years. You know, it's like, it's not cyclical like that. But anyway.
Watch more videos here. There should be little explosions happening. Little explosions didn't happen.
Yeah.
Debate still goes on about whether it was a meteorite or a comet. There are good arguments for both. Some Italian scientists believe that they haven't.
And by the way, they got rid of these. Like, YouTube doesn't work like this anymore. You can't click this to get... Anyway. Yeah. This is a relic of another time when they had the little, like, pop-up things. Those don't exist on YouTube anymore, as I understand it.
In fact, found
the
impact crater, Checo Lake. Of course, the locals are like, you know, that lake's definitely been here forever. So it's a little bit hard to say. There is a weird theory that it is a kind of a gas vent that was releasing an enormous amount of methane, I guess, where it created kind of a huge pool of gas in the sky going down to the vent, and then it was struck by lightning, and it was like a wick down to this gas crater, and it exploded in this enormous, insane way. But it's a lot more likely that it was just a meteorite.
And there's the end of the video. Okay. Yeah. It makes no sense. Agreed, Trek Nerd. Agreed. Anyway, so this poor critter, this incredible bird right here, the Sushkin's goose, may have helped, well, it may have been driven to extinction in part by the impact of the Tunguska bolide in 1908, which is really fascinating. Here, let's do an image search real quick. Yeah. This would be another dinosaur, this time a modern one, driven to extinction. But, well, yeah. Anyway. To read some more about this. I don't really know a lot about this at all, Dr. Tara. But interesting stuff. Yeah. And yeah, Hogan, the Chelyabinsk meteor. We can take a look at that real quick, too. There we go.
Eyes of the world today stunned by this image. This was
Yeah. Huh. Look at that. Oh. Ah. Oh, it gives me the chills. Oh, man. Whoa, what? Yeah. Russian dashcam videos. Ugh. Yowza. Only 50 feet wide. Think about that compared to the Chicxulub impactor, the one that wiped out the non-avian dinosaurs, which would have been something on the order of like 7 miles across. About the size of San Francisco, you know? Man. Ugh. Ah. Anyway, this is from 9 years ago. 2014. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, well, filthy. Disgusting. Ugh. Hmm. Yeah, anyway. The Chelyabinsk meteor? Yeah. Happened on February 15th, 2013. Sorry, not 2014, 2013. There you go. Pretty extraordinary. If you'd like to read more about that, here is a video. And that actually brings us into our last piece of Thursday Birdsday material here. Let's talk a little bit from IFL Science, which I do believe means I frequently like science. How did birds survive? Well, dinosaurs went extinct. I fully love science. There you go, Acro. Yes. Yeah. Here we are. If dinosaurs died, how come there are birds? Sorry, I shouldn't be doing a dumb guy voice. Here's Caden S., age 9, from Wiley, Texas. Good question there, Wiley. Well, sorry, Caden S. Shoot, if I were asked this question, if a 9-year-old kid came up to me and asked me, you know, if the dinosaurs died, then how come there are birds? Well, it's like, well, dinosaurs went completely extinct at the end of the age of dinosaurs, except for one small group of dinosaurs for whom some species survived. And it wasn't because they were big and strong. It wasn't because they were super, super tough. It was because it was the very, very smallest dinosaurs. The group that we today call birds. A lot of it has to do with size. So yeah, let's see if this article reflects that. Everyone knows what a bird is, and I hope everyone here knows what a bird is. Chat, you know what birds are, right? Don't disappoint me here. You know what birds are, right? And pretty much everyone knows what a dinosaur is. I hope all of you know what both birds and dinosaurs are. Anyway. And, yeah. Know that all birds are dinosaurs, but not all dinosaurs are birds. But not everyone is aware that birds evolved from dinosaurs approximately 160 million years ago. Yes, indeed. In fact, birds and dinosaurs lived together for about 100 million years. Yes, indeed. Birds descended from a particular group of dinosaurs called the We don't know that birds descended from dromaeosaurs. That part is not... This is incorrect. Incorrect. We know that dromaeosaurs are close to birds. Troodontids are probably closer to birds. Troodon is probably closer to birds than Dromaeosaurus is. So that part's is wrong. Should stand for I frequently misrepresent science. Anyway. Yeah. Anyway, but when an asteroid struck Earth 66 million years ago off the coast of what is now Mexico, dinosaurs went extinct, but some birds remained. You might wonder why. Dinosaurs didn't go extinct. Birds are dinosaurs. So, anyway, you're giving us mixed messages here. I flamboyantly lick science. By acting like detectives, scientists who specialize in bird evolution are trying to figure out why birds weren't wiped out too. They piece together clues like fossils and other evidence about life on Earth long ago. It's mostly fossils. For now, scientists have ideas about why birds survived, but no firm answers. We do have some pretty firm answers. Birds were small, and the big critters are the ones who died. I mean, that's an answer there. Yeah. Today, birds... Ugh. Gesundheit. Birds have no teeth. Instead, they have beaks or bills, which come in many shapes and sizes for eating and drinking. But some of the birds that lived in dinosaur times actually had teeth, like Ichthyornis here. If that is Ichthyornis. Others did not. Anyway, we had toothed birds. But the asteroid struck Earth long ago, 66 million years ago. All birds with teeth went extinct. Birds with teeth got wrecked. Absolutely pwned by that asteroid, unfortunately. They really did. I don't think there were any toothed birds that actually made it through. Many of the toothless ones kept living. Some scientists think not having teeth would allow these birds to survive. I kind of wonder whether... What is this link? Whether it was the fact that toothlessness kind of connoted large body size. Or, sorry, being toothed connoted large body size. Toothless birds tended to be smaller, etc. Anyway. Yeah. Cool paper here. Dental disparity and ecological stability in bird-like dinosaurs prior to the end Cretaceous mass extinction. We also have many groups, many clades of toothless dinosaurs that also did not survive the end Cretaceous extinction event. I don't think toothlessness was some magic bullet that allowed them to survive. But yeah. Fossils of early toothless birds show they were able to eat more plant-based food, specifically nuts, fruits, and seeds. This meant they relied less on eating other animals than birds with teeth did. Some scientists think this difference in diet became a big advantage after the asteroid impact. That would make a lot of sense. Yeah. When the asteroid struck Earth, it immediately caused massive tsunamis and earthquakes. A giant pulse of heat from the impact caused enormous wildfires near where the asteroid hit. In the moments that followed, huge amounts of dust filled the layer of air that surrounds the Earth, the troposphere. It blocked the sun, making light less available for plants to grow. For animals that ate plants, there was much less food. Many went extinct, which spelled trouble for the animals that ate them. Anyway, you know the story there. So yeah. So it could very well be... They're saying here that the toothed birds are the ones that happen to die because they ate other critters. There might be a lot of truth to that. I would also suspect that toothed birds tend to be larger than the toothless birds. And body size seems to be a huge factor in who dies and who lives during the end Cretaceous extinction event. So yeah. Yeah. But anyway. Yeah. And Iguanodon Hogan, yeah. Iguanodon and other ornithischian dinosaurs, other Styracosternans and their relatives did evolve teeth. We'll talk about that another time, Hogan. That's a really good point. I'm glad you brought it up. But yeah. Yeah. And Gormabald, the chestnut-looking thing is on the beak of the toothed bird. I think that's supposed to be a mussel right there. I think that's supposed to be an invertebrate. Yeah. This is Ichthyornis, a seabird. I think this is supposed to be like a mussel or an oyster or some kind of similar invertebrate animal right here being seized in that beak. I think that's what that's about. Yeah. But I'm not 100% sure. Yeah. I think it's supposed to be some sort of squishy animal with a hard shell, like a mussel or an oyster. Yeah. 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 And you're good, Gormabald. You're good. Yeah. Oh, an Acrocanthosaurus. Excellent question. I'm sorry, I missed that earlier. You know, we got a lot of messages here, and I don't mean to neglect you. Thank you for reposting that. Would I recommend any public access paper websites on paleontology to read for fun?
A real mean kid. With 6-inch daggers for teeth, he was the terror of his neighborhood.
Mark Songs, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Acrocanthosaurus, yes, there is a... Here, I can neither confirm nor deny. The existence. Look at all those chickens. Says the moment. Says the moment. Welcome to Paleontologizing, and thank you for your follow. I really appreciate that. Do a Google search for that, Acrocanthosaurus. And, yeah, you didn't hear it from me. You didn't hear it from me. There you go, Acro. Yes, indeed. And with that being said, it is time for us to wrap up today's broadcast. So in honor of Thursday Birdsday, here is our Archaeopteryx right here, the Berlin specimen of Archaeopteryx. Thank you to everybody whose names show up here in the credits. And don't go away just yet. Nobody go running away just yet. We're going to go right into somebody else doing some science here on Twitch. Who have we got on here? California Burbs is on. What are they up to? We're going to go right into California Burbs. And says today I learned that dinosaurs are birds. Well, birds are dinosaurs. It's the other way around. Birds are one group of dinosaurs, says. But yeah, yeah. California Burbs. We're gonna go see what's going on with California Burbs. And, anyway. And yes, Truckhorn, remind me about Babepiausaurus tomorrow, and we'll go over that critter. Are birds dinosaurs? Yes, birds are dinosaurs. Thank you, everybody, for another wonderful stream. I hope you had a lot of fun today. And I hope you'll be back tomorrow. I stream every weekday at twitch.tv/paleontologizing at 2 p.m. California time. So everybody, you take care of yourselves. Thank you, everybody who contributed financially. Thank you, moderators. Thank you, chatters and viewers and lurkers and everybody else. Appreciate you very, very much. We're going to go raid California Burbs in just a minute here. Tomorrow, by the way, hang on. We're going to be talking about old Chucky D. Old Charlie Darby for Darwin Day tomorrow. Darwin Day is actually on February 12th, but I don't stream on the weekends. So we'll be talking about old Chucky D tomorrow, the legacy of Charles Darwin, and what he taught us about the history of living things, all that good stuff. So don't miss it. Until then, everybody, you take care of yourselves. Also, you in California Burbs channel right now. Goodbye, and thank you. See you next time. Yeah.